kind of where we left off. So let me pop a map of where you guys are about to head to wait.
Ooh. Map.
This would be a place that Muse is at least familiar with by um, association, as Turson and her mother used to live here. This was Turson's mom's home. Turson is the Kraken, in case you're struggling to remember that. That Kraken happened to be Muse's childhood best friend, as they were both growing up in the city of Deep Light. So Turson probably would have told Muse stories about this place. You would know that there are ruins on the east side that lead underground through a bunch of tunnels and get close to the well. That her mother used to live in the Fathomless Well, and it is a extraordinarily deep hole in the ground. She would tell you that this place at one point in time was one of the most advanced cities on the planet until its sorcerer king ruler decided to lip off to the heavens and was quickly smote by a fiery mountain from the sky.
As you should be.
And that's kind of the background of this place. Dagon will likely be residing in the middle of the well, and that's where the granite backs will head to try and lure him out. You guys have to decide how close you want to risk getting before you are discovered, or where you feel safe taking up a position. Fazergul says he will have no problem hiding in the mountains, but once you start to get closer, that's going to get harder. But then, the further out you are, the longer it takes for you to get to where you need to be once you get the call that it's time to shoot Dagon in the head. So that's kind of what we need to decide here.
And he's looking at being in the Red Throat Mountains or the Black Spear Mountains.
Either way, Red Throat is a volcano. It's named such because it is super pointy at the cone, and it is a much deeper shaft than a normal volcano is, and it's full of that it's built almost exclusively out of obsidian, and so the entire center of it glows bright red whether the lava's high or not.
Oh, that's cool.
But the Blackstone Mountains they're just typical mountains. They're volcanic, so they're black.
Yeah. We really only have threats in the water that we're aware of. Would we have any issue being up and just above the Fathomless Well?
Well, as you approach the Fathomless Well, you would notice there are lots more than normal flocks of birds, seabirds flying around this area, which would lead you pretty easily to believe that it is being watched.
Gotcha. So it's not just underwater creatures that Dagon has control of, but any beasts within the area. Okay.
Yep. Anything that probably makes the water its home, you feel like he has a decent ability at grabbing hold of.
Yeah. If we're in the mountains.
What is Dagon again?
Dagon is an elder being.
Okay, he's an elder child.
Yep, elder child that has progressed beyond the normal power level of an elder child.
Got it.
Through some,
but he's not quite like a Cthulhu, because Cthulhu would just eat the planet.
Right.
Yeah.
It's clear that somebody helped Dagon reach this power level. How long from the mountains would it take us to reach the Fathomless Well upon receiving our call?
About a minute.
Oof.
I personally think that if we want, and Muse has definitely been to those ruins before, right? That's where I would explore and run off to as a child.
It would have been some of the ones that you did, not the ones where you found all your technology.
Mm-hmm.
They would be other ones that Turson would have taken you to.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that I think we could nestle ourselves in those ruins and stay out of sight, and then be really close when the time comes.
Yeah,
the ruins are underwater, so you would run a much greater. Oop, lost Cole.
He's back.
He's back. I was saying the ruins are underwater, so you would run a greater risk of being detected underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do understand that. I'm just saying I think that's I think as Muse that would be a good strategy because I'm relatively familiar with their layout, and I think we could avoid getting spotted by moving through the ruins on one side and coming out on the other side.
Yeah. Any ideas on how to get to them less spotted?
Are there any like tunnels? I know that there's like essentially an underdark. Is there a route through that we could get right into the ruins?
Not easily accessible from where you are. You would assume, and you've never been in it, that the Fathomless Well connects to the Underdark with how deep it's been described to you, but you've never been in there. Most of the ruins are on the surface. There is a series of tunnels and networked underground ruins that are accessed through the Red Door. However, there's no way you're getting Fazergal through there. It's too small.
What is the Red Door? Oh,
Red Door is basically a melted tunnel entrance to the old civilization, but it's not. It's too big or it's too small for Faz to get in,
especially in ship form.
Could we cast the shrink down one?
Reduce.
We all huddle together.
You'd be able to on Fazergal, but you would not be able to on the ship, unfortunately.
I thought they had become a singular entity.
It would separate them out. The ship is like a shell at the moment.
Mm-hmm. I got the conch.
Yep.
Well, if anybody has any thoughts as to how to get us there, I'm more than happy to be closer. If we're going underwater, we're going to need to figure something out for water breathing or otherwise, which if not Doc, what's the other one? Sack is able to get some water breathing potions. That would probably be wise.
Probably not in that amount. How many people does the water breathing spell cover? Let me look that up real quick.
It's a good amount, I think.
It is a good amount. I think it's like 20 people. $10.
That's still a decent number of people.
Yeah.
And it lasts a while.
Last 24 hours.
Yep.
I would say he could probably get enough scrolls to get your crew covered for a day.
All right.
And you got people who can cast a spell on board, so.
Yeah. Well, definitely want to do that. Because if we're going underwater, we want to be able to be underwater. If we're gonna be like, so with the plan we have, do we think that we will be doing any underwater fighting?
Hopefully not. The plan is to let the spear do the work.
Right.
The granite backs rush in and take the brunt of the assault, along with the commando forces from Muse's homeworld that are with them.
Okay.
That Turson, the merfolk, and the granite backs take the brunt of the assault, and you guys kind of come up from behind and shoot Dagon in the back of the head with the spear.
Yep.
But if it doesn't kill him, then there are things to be resolved.
Okay. Because Albuscador would definitely be opposed to going in the water. And especially more so if he thinks he's going to have to fight there. But if we have any ability to prep for any potential underwater fighting, he would like to do that. But I think if we don't have a method of getting ourselves closer, we'll probably hang out in the mountain.
It's up to you guys. And T, I will say, like, moving forward, don't base anything that happens today on what you know from yesterday.
I'm absolutely attempting not to,
because these things are very fluid, and yesterday's resolution will change somewhat depending on what happens here.
Very metaphysics at the moment.
Yep.
Well, so my thought is we could. I think it would be good if we created like an illusion of our. If anyone has like what is it, major illusion or whatever it's called, like the spear and the bow. I think like since we're coming in, we need attention focused elsewhere, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can create an illusion for a distraction so that we can eke that bit closer, I think that will allow us to get the range we need on that spear uh, to to do that. But
I think
I
the only magic user we have is Wrinkle.
The chattel bard,
Yeah,
but
I-
he's got some illusionary abilities.
yeah, he's the only magic user we have.
I mean, we also have Sack. Technically, he's also a bard,
Hmm,
but that's if he's got it, and chances are slim.
yeah,
We could cook. They could cook something up. The illusionary cover would be your least amount of cover. Your best chance with your setup now is Fazergul's ability to psychically redirect people so they're not looking at him,
hmm,
and some illusionary work to help maybe cover his size or his being.
How long does it take the cloud generator to regenerate and be able to shroud the ship?
It would be regenerated at this point in time. However, if you go underwater, it would not serve you any use.
Right. This
Because
was
that,
more
yep.
just the thought of being closer if we can get above and just be uh less than a minute away. Because a minute's not long, but in combat terms, it's a long time.
It's a long time.
Right.
So let me think here. With the ideas you got, if you turn the cloud generator on, you'd be able to move through this area pretty easily. This area is very, very cloudy. Just on the other side of the Red Throat volcano begins the Skyless Sea, and they call it that because it's always overcast.
Hmm.
And that starts on this side of Al Alahim. The water begins to pile up clouds and mist pretty frequently, and then they just thicken up and it's cloudy over there. So you'd be able to slip into this crater pretty well using the stealth machine, and then chasing down Muse's idea, you'd just have a short jaunt underwater to situate the Baroness among the ruins down below.
Yeah, let's try and do that.
Okay. So I think that's a pretty solid plan. So let me see. Let's get a D20 roll at advantage for the cloud machine to see if you get picked up.
should
So somebody just roll a D20.
Yeah. Muse, you built the ship. You roll it.
at advantage.
Yep.
Ooh.
17. Solid. There is one point in time where you even have on the edges of the cloud, and you're a little worried that some of the birds are going to slam into the boat. You have a flock of the birds keeping watch in the area fly through the cloud because they just don't expect it to be, and they go make it right through the edge and then pass on, and you guys are unnoticed, and you slip into the water. It is a
nice.
very strange experience as Fazergul begins to. It's almost like those insects that create their own bubble of air around themselves as they go
Oh.
underwater. He kind of does that for the boat. Even though everybody's equipped with water breathing, he
Yeah.
does that so that you're not washed off the deck by the water passing by. And
Makes
now
sense.
I need a roll. This will be a straight roll to see how well you hide. This is a normal stealth roll, so it'll be straight, but he will get his stealth modifier, which is a +10.
Very cool.
So if somebody wants to roll a d20 +10, please do.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Plus 10. Ka-chow.
Very nice. So you guys slide in and you come to rest on the ruins. Muse, this is a very home for you feeling. It's not necessarily your home, and you've been there recently, briefly on your adventure down into the technological ruins that you stopped from exploding. But this is the type of home you like, the exploration side of it, the things nearby, the whispers of the past, and you settle into these ruins, and it's pretty hard at first to tell that there was a civilization here at once until you really look at the layout of the coral, and then you can see where the edges of ruined buildings are and the reef is growing up over them, and it just lays a pattern out. You can see where roads went and things like that, and you guys nestle into some ruins not far from the entrance or the exit to the tunnel that you would go through if you went through the red door. And so you point some of these things out to everybody else on deck, and you kind of settle down as sea creatures start to swim towards the boat. And then as Fazergul puts out his psychic pulse, it's really odd because they're swimming in a very patterned circle, keeping an eye on Dagon's territory, but they just unknowingly seem to avoid the area you're in, almost like they're running into an invisible bubble, and they just kind of swim up of it and over it, and you guys are well hidden. You're down there for a bit, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting.
Muse, you want to check out the ruins?
Yeah, I do.
You can if you want. You could swim around. You would be able to swim around the area of the boat pretty freely for a while. That might delay you a little bit when action starts, but you haven't seen any hint of your friends yet.
Yeah, I'd like to check out nearby. Not too
Sure.
far.
Are you just swimming around looking around, or are you actually looking for things?
I'm looking for trinkets.
Sure.
Or I'm using the knowledge that I've been before,
Mhm.
and like going to places that I know could have either interesting things, or I feel like could be a place that, you know, there might be an issue. I'm just using whatever, and I don't know what it would be, but just whatever
Yeah.
seems interesting.
Make a search check at advantage. So investigation or perception, whichever Muse is better at.
Okay. Skills, investigation, perception. Okay. Oh, is that not how that works? Is it double click?
It's usually double click, or you can drag it onto the chat window.
There we go. I was dragging the wrong one.
Gotcha. So go ahead and roll that again because you get advantage
Oh,
based on your prior history of this area. Nice, a little bit better. So you find two things. You find an old statue that is definitely overgrown with sea life, some coral on it, but it's not real big, but it's just kind of wedged into a rock outcropping and overgrown with coral. Um, of a fairly regally dressed man in robes. You could examine it a little bit more later, but at the moment it just looks like a statue. It struck you as odd. It did seem to have a faint glow about it. So
okay.
you believe the statue to be magical. You also notice a very large four-legged crab-like humanoid creature. Humanoid is a very loose term at this moment. It's definitely more crab than person. Has two very large pinchers up front and a mouth full of tentacles where its face and head should be. You would know what this is. There's no way you wouldn't. You would recognize this as a chul, and chuls are very common servants of aboleths.
So, yeah, very much probably not in the helpful category.
Usually not, no. You have heard rumor of ancient and mystical aboleths that are more helpful than others, but your common Underdark or seafaring versions are usually extraordinarily self-centered and selfish and unhelpful to everybody else.
Yeah, there's nothing weird or different about this. It's not wearing like insignias or armor or.
No, and Chul usually don't. But it doesn't seem to have noticed you, and it seems to be going about its own business.
Okay, well, I also wanted to talk to any small fish or
Okay.
small creatures and just ask like what the goings on are around.
We know that that's not necessarily a good idea, as Dagon controls almost all of the life within this area.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a pretty thorough estimation, although you do know his focus is usually on bigger creatures that have a better usage when it comes to servitude. But he has used things like he obviously used things like birds and other stuff like that to keep an eye on his realm too.
Yep.
So
I want to look for a really small, talking like
yeah,
fish and see
Something
if
that
I.
type of thing that everybody else overlooks.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
would work.
Brine
So you find a few small fish hiding among the reef, and the first thing you notice is they're all terrified.
Uh-huh.
They just have a general sense of fear about them.
I will try to calm them.
Okay.
With soothing voice, my mermaid voice.
Use your mermaid voice to make a persuasion check.
I need to add things. Persuasion.
That's not going to be so good.
I forgot to add that. So that is an 11.
Okay, 11's not terrible. So you get ready to try and calm these fish down, and you go up to them and you're like, "Hi!" They just a bunch of them take off running, but one of them kind of pokes its head back out, and it's like, "Hey, what do you want?"
Oh, I'm just trying to get a feel for what's going on around these parts.
Oh gosh, Crystal, I started to read that. I'll get to that. Things are scary. Everything is nothing is doing what it normally does, and that's really scary.
Where is there anything that you're avoiding around? What can you tell me more about the Chuld over there?
Oh, there've been a lot of them in the area recently. They're kind of crawling all over the ruins. We think there's an obelisk nearby. And it whispers that.
Good to know. And basically, I'm just prying for any other information.
It just gives you the general information that most of the predators in the area aren't nearly as interested in hunting them as they used to be, and they just seem to swim in endless circles watching until other fish in the area just very mindlessly swim up to them to be eaten.
Okay. Interesting.
And so they're all just waiting for the moment that they can't control themselves and swim into the mouth of something to eat them.
Okay.
You'd think they'd leave.
You'd think.
And here's do you know how hard it is for a fish to leave its home?
I mean, I watched a documentary on it.
Could I shove into a small glass jar or something?
you could coax it into the small glass jar.
If it wants to not get eaten through mind control,
Okay.
I'd give it the option.
Muse has a snack for later.
Yum.
Okay. So the fish likes this idea. It swims into its jar. All the other fish pop their head out and they're all going, "No, don't go in the glass. Don't go in the glass."
You just stole Nemo, yo.
But it's like when you close up the glass and you now have a small reef fish.
Good. All right, that's
one
it.
guy collecting cats, one guy collecting fish. All
Okay.
right.
Let me read this question from Crystal.
There's a lot there.
That's because that's what's been running through my head, and we never discussed it before we went underwater. Now we're underwater.
The rock is below deck in its enclosure at the moment, so theoretically it has no idea anything else is going on. The
Okay.
orcs have just gotten into this like what's going to happen next mode. They're all like huddled together just watching all this with wide-eyed wonder and wondering if they're ever going to get to kill anything.
Okay.
And then yes, everyone watches Muse come back into go into a mermaid. This also blows the orcs' minds because they've been landlocked for the better part of 5 centuries, and this is just too much for them. They're running around hooting and hollering, and they don't know what to do with themselves. And yeah, everybody else is like, "That's a legitimate mermaid. This just isn't. They're just not merfolk. These are, yep, that's it. That's how it works." And one guy's like, "Yeah, that dwarf guy was right."
Well, yeah, I have a specific abnormality where my tail, like, it's a mutation where my tail only works in the water.
I think El Buchador, and this is because Tony wants to, I think El Buscador is going to try and convince the orcs that that's what happens if you stay in the ocean too long.
Make a persuasion check at advantage. Deception check. Make a deception check at advantage.
Yay.
If you didn't if you hadn't told him
18.
make it an advantage, I was gonna try and help him anyway.
That's all right.
Terrible. That's
18.
terrible. Well, I gotta see if they believe you.
Yeah. And we get
They-
1.
They do not. They're like they're into
Aw.
the story for like the first 2 minutes, and then they're like, no, And one of them throws a chicken bone at you. You're not quite sure where he got it, or a turkey leg.
I go and
Might have been
immediately check on the rock. Make sure it's
Yep,
still
the
down
rock
there.
is fine.
Yeah.
So then we will move on as soon as Cole returns.
Yep.
Some cat bones.
So
Oh, no. One's not chicken.
So as soon as that's so funny, as soon as Muse gets back to the boat, she's been kind of just off, not far away at all, within 40, 50 yards tops. She swims back to the boat and passes through the air bubble, and shortly after, her legs, her fishtail turns back into legs, and you see, oddly enough, you see the Granitebacks, Turson, and the Mer forces come up out of the ruins just out in front of you guys. It looks like they took the tunnel through the red door to get to here. Turson seems a little bit smaller than she normally does.
Okay.
You're guessing some sort of magical shenaniganery went on in there. And so out they pop and they swim off towards Dagon's well. And then all of a sudden you see an obnoxious light show that is very reminiscent of 20th century boxing matches and WWE wrestling fights and WrestleManias, and you hear an enormous amount of taunting going on out at the well, and then a battle ensues. And you see the forces of Dagon swimming at the other forces. There's a combined attack. For the most part, you just see the Granitebacks engaging. Turson is lying in wait in secret, much like the plan was to lure Dagon out, thinking he had the upper hand before launching the attack. And then you guys see it coming up out of the well. And I got a map for the well, so I'm not going to share that yet because I got a lot of tokens on there that I don't want visible. The well is basically a cone-shaped shaft that goes down into the ocean floor. So it is concentric rings of deepening cliffs spiraling down. You see the head of Dagon come up like at now ocean floor level, and it's huge. His head is easily 150 feet around as he starts to well up out of this well, and it looks like he is tearing into the Granitebacks pretty hard when Turson leaps forward from their hiding place, bringing the Mer soldiers with her, and then they all engage the battle. And then shortly after that, you guys get the call to help. So, Muse, you get a message from Jeff saying, "Now it's what did Jeff say? Bro, I need some help."
Bro, things went sideways. We're getting lit up out here.
So
Bring the
you
rain.
guys go into action. Is there anything any of your character classes could do to help Fosrigel move faster to get to where he needs to go?
I have a pointy rapier. Can I put it in his backside like a spur in a horse?
I can push it.
Can we also use our I'm assuming, do we have actual sails, don't we?
You do have actual sails.
So I could, with my monkeying around, once we're actually ready to go, if I don't know if that'd help at all to have the sails down as quick as possible once we're trying to move, to see if that, I don't know if that would help at all to have a little extra wind.
So you're going to use your monk stuff to create wind?
Where the wind.
No, I was going to use my monk stuff to climb around and try and just start getting all the sails down if they were up. As if we put them up.
I see.
Yeah.
We're underwater.
We're in a weird air bubble.
Yeah, but we want to go up. So I'm assuming once we get up to the surface, we want to be ready to go. So I was seeing if we
Are we going up? Or are we
everything's
shooting
down
back
and
into
ready
the
to
water?
go.
Well, right now Dagon's underwater. He's
Yeah.
not.
Oh,
on-
Okay, we're shooting in here.
I have 2 ideas.
okay.
Yeah. So he's absolutely enormous, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. That much displacement of water, if he moves upwards, it should create suction towards him. We could ride that like a wave to get closer way faster if we time it right. And then before it gets pushed back out, we shoot up out of the water, and then we can get a lot
Yeah,
closer.
we'll have like the wave that's pushing out, and then right before that, we'll have the little
Yeah.
vacuum up to him.
And we just vacuum up, and then just...
You keep your science
Also,
out
I-
of my fantasy world.
water displacement isn't real in this universe.
I love it. Absolutely love it. So, Muse does some quick chalkboard calculations. You've seen her do this before, like out of nowhere, she rolls out this magic chalkboard and
Just
starts
math,
like a
ladies.
writing out all this stuff. And Lulu, captain of the Baroness, and Fazergol, like they kind of in agreement in tandem. They agree, and you watch as one of the things Dagon's doing, and this actually increases your plan's ability to succeed, is he continually causes whirlpools around himself and displaces the battlefield. And when he surges up again, because he does do that as you guys start heading out, all of the water pulls you up. It shoots you up out of the water, just like you planned, and the boat kind of flies and tips, and Fazergol like narrows all of his tentacles down and then pulls him back like a diver, and you guys hit the water and bloosh into the water much closer to him than you would have been.
Holy
And this is what
diver.
you-
Oh, very
Oh, he's
helpful.
not that big. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's pretty small.
So, you guys are the little thing down in the corner by the AOG symbol. You have a arrow pointing towards you.
Uh-huh.
The Kraken you see on the other side is not Turson. You currently do not see Turson. That is an undead Kraken. Muse, you don't take long to realize that that's Turson's mom.
Ooh, awkward.
Mhm.
Yeah, pretty awkward. You
Don't you
see
hate it when you have to kill your friend's mom?
But
Yeah.
again,
You
the
see-
second time.
the other forces in retreat. Dagon has just finished pummeling Thanok Granite back. You see the Warlock who is with them swimming away at a rapid pace. Othig Granite back is pretty far away. You see no sign of Jeff and Mavamine Granite back.
Well, no, don't move.
You might
Nope.
off in the distance see a dragon turtle.
You might.
I don't
You
know
see
how
no
far you can
sign
see
of
underwater.
So you have one round before you will be in weapon range. Is there anything you want to do as you get ready to prep the weapon to fire?
Do we have any way to give guidance or pluses to rolls for whoever's going to fire this thing?
I think
Um,
Bakker should definitely shoot.
Oh, I
it.
have a way. I
He's
have
got
a.
an
I can give
amazing-
+5.
Yes,
I'll
you
do
can.
that.
Guys,
Yeah.
don't forget to turn on the fire. Very important. We have the fire.
Wrinkle
fire
should inspire him.
Yep. I was just going to say that before Muse tossed out the +5. Wrinkle does have a D10 inspiration to fire whoever is going to make this roll.
Is it a help action thing? Could Elbusur help him to give him advantage?
This is not going to be a help action thing.
Could someone act as a spotter from a different angle to
Ooh.
give extra, like,
A
insight
spot.
on what's?
Yeah, you know what? I will allow the help action as people act as spotters, and other people. Muse and Quiptic are guiding. They're turning the cranks on the ballista, and Vaker's in the gunner seat, and he's got this big lever, and he's got this big scope up to his
Nice.
head. He's getting ready to yank on it, and you guys manage up. As you guys aim up, and Fazergol continues to race into position. You see the merfolk swim further away. You see the warlock swim further away, and then you see, what's the bad guy's name? Dagon pummel Thanok again, and he is not doing well. And Turson's mom starts to head towards him to eat him, and that's when you see Turson come shooting up from below and get in the way, blocking mom from eating.
Is Turson still little?
Turson is a sub-adult kraken.
Mm-hmm.
So
But-
just a little smaller than most, but Turson's mom was one of the oldest in the ocean, so
That
she's
shrinking magic is done, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And so
Got
this is the current state of where the battlefield is at when you guys pull into what you believe, and you don't know what's going to happen when this thing goes off all the way, but you pull into what you believe to be safe distance to fire the weapon. Now you can get closer if you want, and that will lower that will increase the amount of damage you do to Dagon. You're going to hit him regardless. The damage is now what's variable, but you risk taking more damage if you're closer.
I think we would want to defer to Fazergul on that because he's obviously the most going to take the most surface area of damage.
He will. He would take the most damage, but with this weapon, he really just doesn't know.
Okay.
You know, he's pretty hardy, even though he's got his butt handed to him by that mob of frost giants. They caught him off guard and stuck him in a couple of critical areas.
I would also suggest hitting on the left side so that Turson takes less damage as well, and so do the granite backs if it goes out that far.
So, okay. So you want to shoot over more towards this area then?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I think that's as close as we want to be. I mean,
Yeah,
we are the tentacles in the bottom right, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we're good
We're already
there.
pretty close. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
you're
not
you're
really
up at, it's
Yeah.
because it's a three-dimensional map because there's depth and all
Yep.
that involved. You're a decent amount of ways, but
Okay.
you're pretty close.
Yeah. And Brute can definitely help spot. I believe Brute has Eyes of the Eagle, so can see
Oh, nice.
real far.
All right.
I don't think we need to get. So let's be 3/4 of our max range, or are we already within that?
You're at the very edge of max range. If you were to withdraw, you would get disadvantage on the roll.
Okay, let's
You are right
go...
past the threshold to where you lose disadvantage.
Yep. So let's split the difference a little there. Let's move in like 1/3. That way we know.
Okay.
I'm fine.
In case any of the currents or he does any of those tidal wave whirlpool things, we don't want to get knocked backwards on accident. So we'll move in.
So I moved you a little bit over here to get you a little bit more clear shot at his back.
Yeah, that definitely.
He has at this point in time noticed you, although he seems confused as to why this little boat is here. Obviously, he also seems fully capable and not hurt all that bad.
Oh no. Okay. Player.
But he's out the way you guys want him. So, all right, who wants to make the attack roll at advantage plus a D10 and plus I'm going to say plus 14 because you still have the boat's normal pluses to the ballista.
Yeah, we all want Andy to do it. We want Andy to make the roll. Can we call
I
Andy?
know you want Andy to make the roll.
You said at advantage?
I think I'm going to nominate Kit because Kit, I don't think has rolled anything yet today. I was gonna nominate
nominate
Kit,
idea.
she shook her head so furiously.
What am I roll? It's plus 14.
At
D20
advantage.
plus 14. And then
With
D10.
advantage.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
All right,
And
now
add
add
a
a
D10.
D10 to that.
good roll.
And a D5.
And then
or
I
is it
gotta
just
add
plus 5?
my 1, 2, 3. What? Plus
There it
what?
is. That was it.
A D10 plus 5?
That's figured into the 14.
Oh, that's figured. Okay, got it.
Yep, because the ballistas would normally shoot at a +9. Because they're mounted on a +3 weapon right now. They're usually +6, so now they're +9, +3.
There you
Boom.
go.
There it goes.
Boom.
So at a 37, that is fantastic damage. Who wants to roll the 37 D20s?
Crystal roll.
You could roll two goes of 20, and then we'll just subtract the last 3 dice of the second one rather than count out all of those dice. Or you could just count them all out.
Which is also just a really good feeling. Any bonuses?
You'll see.
We'll see.
There's so much potential for failure on this damage with a D20.
I know, right? We could do 37
how many
damage
did
to this jerk.
So D20 times 20.
I need to get my calculator out because I'm about to start doing some math.
Nice.
Oh, 19. Bummer.
Oh, you got to take the 19 though. Ooh.
I know, right?
Yeah.
However, you did lose a 4 and a 5, so that's not a big deal.
Okay. So, as this thing shoots out, I now need to know from you guys. It is Mavamie Graniteback's responsibility to activate Allura's Bane. That is the massive spell that the spear can cast. Do you want to activate the Everwinter, which is the maximum spell the crossbow can
Yeah,
or
go for it.
bow can cast?
So, why not?
Cole,
Yeah,
would you
sure.
please roll for me
Why
another
not?
30 D20?
30
7
D20?
37
Wait,
D20.
how much?
37. It's like Crystal did.
How do I even make that happen?
If you right click on the D20, you
Uh-huh.
can pick the 20 option and then drop them.
Okay.
And do that
And then you
twice.
could also, yeah. And you could also pick a 15 and a 2. Then you have to subtract.
37. Okay, so then
Plus 203.
that's 20. So that, oh,
And then if you drop it again, we'll just subtract the last three numbers.
sure.
Ta-da.
Womp.
Badoo.
Ho, 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 ho.
180.
Oh, nice. Drop some bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume all of those nat 20s do count as double damage. Correct?
Yeah. Oh,
All of them do.
All natural 20s on a 20-sided dice. It's double.
All right. So you guys did rolled a total of 793. When these two spells go off, we will multiply that by 10. You have done a grand total of 7,930 damage to Dagon, which does not kill
That's what I was afraid of.
him. However, you watch as the entire area explodes in and I described it yesterday, like a calm corner of a stream where the water's pooled up. Somebody just reaches down and grabs a handful of sand out of there, and the entire area is clouded. You all have the advantage at the moment of watching a giant icicle pop of Dagon float up to the surface and begin to bob up there. He is obviously still alive in there, although he is tore apart. You can see huge pieces of him are missing. His eyes are shifting, and you can see him moving. But he is skeletized kind of in the center of his back where the spell ripped him to pieces. It doesn't look like one of his arms is even connected, although it is flash froze in the iceberg. He looks in a bad state.
Can we reload the ballista?
You cannot.
You could put a regular thing in there.
Put brood in it.
The
Launch fruit.
ballista looks like it is. Honestly, it looks like a giant ballista now. It is not covered in frost and ice. It's still extremely finely made. It looks like the work of a lifetime, but it looks like it is not housing any magic right now, and you don't know why. Maybe because you just blew all of its charges. Who knows?
I bet it's just canceled out.
Right.
Probably.
It
The
went dormant.
spear is obviously lodged in Dagon, and it is still burning in him.
Oops.
Good.
Ooh, nice. But,
Yeah.
well,
You see it inside of the ice kind of melting its way through the ice, and every once in a while it hits pieces of him and just kind of burns its way through him as it's working its way down.
I like
yeah,
that.
unless he grabs it and starts using it, that would be unfortunate.
I think this is the point in time where we encourage Fazergul to do that thing that mind flayers do and just go eat that thing's brain. Is he big enough to do that?
I don't know if Fazbear will do that.
You want a popsicle? You want a popsicle, buddy?
Fazergul doesn't normally eat brains like that. It just consumes
Oh.
whole creatures. It
Well.
gets the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Boom.
Latching on to the head of Dagon's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you wanna?
He thinks it might be actually. 'Cause,
Oh,
there's a good chance that his brain could override Faz's brain,
Yeah.
and he
mm.
really just doesn't want to mess with that. But he does lift up his tentacles that have the laser blasters on them, and they make a cocking sound like a shotgun. And he's like, "I got these," and you guys
Yes.
do still have some ballista on as well. So,
Yeah, let's unload
Okay,
on this
cool.
jerk.
all right. So you guys, Fazergold turns and he starts heading up, and on your way up, you get intercepted by an undead kraken.
Oh crap!
Yeah.
It survived. All right.
Yeah. It
So-
is a Kraken.
That will be your first order of business.
Let's go, Big Mama.
Well, what did we see? What happened to Turson?
It's too cloudy down there. You didn't even see what happened to this thing, and you didn't know it was still there till it came shooting up out of the cloud.
Terson's mom has got it going on.
Yep.
Terson's mom has got it going on.
She is very badly wounded. This thing it's pretty rough looking, but it is still functional.
I was like, it says healthy.
No, it is not healthy. All right. So make some initiative rolls.
Okay.
Ba, ba.
I am very fast, like the wind.
Yeah, same. Why? Why advantage? Where did I get advantage from?
You should not have 48 initiative. you should,
Broken.
you had
Oh,
20.
Why is
Because
that?
you did a 14 to plus earlier.
I have. I do have a 15. So what is 19 plus 15?
Either one of them is going to put you at the top of the initiative list, so
Yeah.
we'll just go with 15.
We'll
I have a
just say you have
93.
It's fine.
Where'd all those bonuses come from? What
T,
the
you're up.
In the
Yeah.
tracker. In the tracker.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and man a ballista.
All right. So these shots will be at +6, and the granite backs upgraded your ballista to be 6d6 damage now instead of 4d6.
Very cool.
Thanks, Granite Backs.
Hiya!
Using Quiptic helped a lot too. That will hit Dagon, so roll your damage.
You said
I gotta get
66.
him.
Oh wow! Wow!
The
3
Nice.
1s and a 2. Good shot.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm proud of me. And I will use the remainder of my turn to begin reloading the ballista. Nope. Boop. Oh, I'm not. I couldn't.
Oops. All right, there's Dagon, and you did 15 more points to him. So, some of the ices be uncracking as you guys get closer to him. He is not free yet, but you take some shots down into that area, and your ballistas slice into his flesh. All right, Muse.
Okay. I'll make 2 shots at Turson's mom.
Okay. And T, you did say you shot Dagon, correct?
No,
Or did
we had a
you shot-
kraken attacking our ship, right?
It's racing towards it. It is going to get there, so
Oh yeah, if it's
Okay.
not biased yet, I'll shoot it.
it'll get to you this round. It's on
Yep,
its
I'll
way.
shoot it because I couldn't
Okay.
stab because it's not by me.
Gotcha.
So.
So I'm sorry, Muse.
Yeah, I'm making attacks. Gosh, how do I do that? Again. Where do I?
For modifier box, you can type in any number you need to right below the chat.
Oh.
Don't I have my regular attack somewhere though? That I
You
can
do on
grab?
your actions page if you're casting a spell or doing something.
Here we go. Extra attack. Wait, it's my actions.
Actions will have all your spells and your rolls and your damages.
That's what I was looking for.
Action
Um,
tab. Got it going on.
So first attack.
I love that black
Ooh.
on
Oh,
black. That's
no!
so cool.
That's pretty rough.
That is pretty rough.
Second attack. Whoa! Oh wait, no, it wouldn't be second attack. That would be my second roll, wouldn't it? For the
Yes, it would.
how bad things go.
It would be. So
You shoot yourself.
you pull out your viola and you ready it for an attack, and you completely forgot to stick a battery in it. It's got no charge. You're mad at yourself, so you fish one out of your pocket, stick it in your viola, and unfortunately the rest of your turn goes away.
Ugh,
Oh,
Rough.
that was tough. Okay, so Dagon begins to work himself out of the ice. You watch as some of it begins to crack and split around him, and then it is Tersen's mom who lunges towards the ship and begins swatting at the people on board.
Oops.
The orcs are now all at this
You guys
point
hear me?
cheering and yelling because they're going to get to hit something.
Okay, I was like, that was their action. Woo!
No. The NPCs will go on initiative count 10. Tersen's mom is going to make 3 attacks against the ship and the boat. And those are all terrible attacks, but she does have a plus 17.
Defender would like to impose
wanna
to
impose
do a flank attack. Impose disadvantage.
And that's actually going to help you guys out quite a bit. Brute, a 17 does not hit you, correct?
Nope.
Nope. So thanks. Oh,
Bye, Cole. Welcome back.
thanks to Muse imposing disadvantage on the Kraken's first attack at Brute, the tentacle goes wide. It then lunges forward to bite at Doc. Doc, does a 19 get you?
It does if I don't parry it.
Would you like to? Because you're
I
going
will
to.
try. I will use my reaction to add a d6. That'll make my AC a 20.
Okay, so you block the giant undead mouth of the Kraken as it tries to bite you. It's one of those things where, sure, technically, according to game rules, you parried it, but really what you did is as you went to parry, you pushed yourself out of the way using its mouth.
Oh,
And then
So,
I immediately make an attack against it since it missed me.
Nice.
Which will be. Can I add just it'd be a +4 since I rolled a 4 on that defense for
Yeah,
additional
absolutely.
damage. Does that just work if I put the +4 on?
I don't know.
We will
It should.
find out as soon as I find my button. Yeah, there you go. It did.
Nice. All right. So you whack it back in the face for 13 points of damage. And then it is going to use its last attack on. I gotta roll for that. Who's it gonna attack? This is going after El Buscador, and that is a 11 plus 17. I'm guessing a 21 is gonna get you.
is that
28.
a disadvantage?
What?
Is that at disadvantage or no?
It is not at disadvantage. Dude.
Nice.
Dude, your steel defender is the MVP.
Well,
Hands down,
it only gets to
MVP.
it only gets to do one. Wait, imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see.
Yep.
So it saved Brute.
Oh,
Yeah, that's all. That's all
Oh,
it can do.
It saved Brute. It didn't save Buscador.
Attack roll of one creature. So these aren't.
Disadvantage on the
attack
attack roll of
roll.
one creature it can see.
that would be
Mm, It would just be one based on how I'm interpreting it.
Gotcha. I was interpreting it as the attack rolls that creature does because that's how the protection fighting style works.
Yeah, I don't
But-
think so.
Okay.
No, actually, I
didn't-
think the protection fighting style is only against a single attack. The creature has
Really?
multi attack. I think it's
I
only
think
against.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Oh.
I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's only against one.
Good to know.
So,
All right. Well,
sorry, buddy. So you are
No,
going to get
that's-
10.
I'll use my reaction to uncanny dodge.
All right. So you'll take 12 points of damage, and with the uncanny dodge, I'm going to allow you a saving throw to not get grappled.
I'm gonna add a +5 to that. That's my reaction.
Dexterity.
Nice. Yep.
21.
21. So you slip out of its grasp, and it does not manage to get you. So.
Hey.
A couple more ballistas go off on the ship as sailors are on it, and Fazergold takes a few blaster shots at the Kraken as well, and the orcs and melee soldiers. Oh, not a lot of good rolls in there. But everybody does some damage, and I'm going to add. The orcs are just like cheering. You see one of them kind of just latch onto an undead tentacle and start gnawing on it. It doesn't seem to care. It's whacking at it with an axe with one hand and gnawing at it with the other. A few more ballista arrows sink into it, and Fazergul blasts at it with its blasters. And I'm going to add a total of 55 more damage to Turson.
I picture that being the one that threw the chicken bone at me, and it's hitting it with its club with one hand, holding another chicken bone in the other one, and chewing on a tentacle.
Yeah, they're all a little bit nuts and edgy according to most of your social standards. And this one in particular, Oog is straight over the edge.
So, and he's not actually even holding onto it traditionally, is he? He's hitting with two hands. He's just holding on with his mouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you just created my next player character.
Doc, you're up.
Just an insane orc that's constantly eating chicken.
Keep making some wax at Turson's mom. Sometimes it's what you gotta do. That's a miss.
Picture that being how he goes into his berserker rage. He just pulls out a turkey leg out of nowhere and takes a bite out of it.
Also miss. All right.
Lunchtime.
I will attempt to. I will use a flurry of blows. And I'll try a stunning strike on it. Yeah.
Okay, that's just an awful series of.
It's not going great.
Did my stunning strike on my first one accomplish anything?
You unfortunately come very quickly to realize that this creature cannot be stunned.
Yep. That's okay. I'll pass my turn.
All right. Hit the button.
Not much experience with the undead, I'm afraid. Mostly just living things.
Aren't you mostly undead?
No, I'm very live.
You don't smell like it sometimes.
I assume there's a tentacle or something close enough to me that I can scratch it with my normal weapon.
Yeah, there's a mouth that tried to eat Doc a little while ago.
Brute may believe that if he bites undead, he will automatically become undead. So,
That could be true.
Brute, that's not how
This thing has
poison works.
basically smashed itself into the side of your ship and started attacking the crew members.
So,
that's a good hit.
I rolled a 28. I forgot the
Targeting.
target it. I assume 28.
Yeah, 28 definitely hits.
Okay.
The least you guys have hit with right now is a 22.
And then
Did you rage?
I did.
Okay.
That was the first thing I said. That will not hit. One of them hit. One of them doesn't, and he did. I think 17.
Okay.
Oh, and then I got the button. Sorry, I usually don't get control of the button. There you go.
El Buscador. It's something I'm practicing getting everybody used to. So just to speed things up.
Yeah.
I just know sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, so I just get used to it now.
True. I will. Yeah, I'm just gonna attempt to waylay Turson's mom. There are things in combat with it now, so I assume I can attempt to murderize it. Oh, 18 will hit. Wonderful.
Just barely. Poor kid just missed. Just
I know,
like I was
right?
like, oh, so close.
Yep.
Bummer, dude.
My staff.
Oh,
my
got
staff-
her. Wasn't expecting that.
She was pretty badly hurt.
Yeah. So I stab her in the face, and I guess she's down for the
Dies.
count.
You're like,
Huh.
and the orcs are chanting, "Ooski, ooski."
Yeah.
As Turson's mom's body begins to slide away, Oog is just kind of like still latched onto the one tentacle, and the others kind of grab him and pull him back, and it snaps off, and he starts running around the deck with it in his mouth.
Can I use my? Yeah, I was gonna say, can I use my other attack to assist in getting that tentacle for him, cut it off, and make sure he has it?
He's got it.
Yeah, good man, good man.
He doesn't even want it in bite-sized pieces. It's all a bite-sized piece.
I don't
exactly.
know what else to do, so I'm gonna go back to the ballista and get ready to shoot Dagon in the face, because
you
I
run
definitely
over.
don't want to go play with him.
All right, Muse, you're up.
Okay.
Button T.
Oh, sorry.
Can I even target Dagon? Isn't he like through tons of ice?
There's cracks in the ice you could shoot through if you needed to.
Okay.
You could cast
Just gotta
spells at him if you needed to.
Increase
Yeah.
AC due to ice armor.
Yeah,
That
I'm
actually
not.
sounds like a really cool
think-
mechanic.
I'm gonna hold my action to attack him once he becomes once he escapes the ice or whatever he ends up doing on his turn. I'll just make attacks.
Okay. Once you get a little bit clearer shot.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's my idea.
All right. So on his turn, he does start to bust out of the ice more. His one arm floats away. And you see there is a small amount of stitching together that is going back on with him.
Oh,
So he is healing himself as time goes on. Other areas of the ice become more available to shoot through and to attack through. Fazergol probably at this point in time would be shooting up just alongside of one of these larger holes near his head. Some of the tentacles are starting to push out through holes in the ice too. So at Muse at this point in time, you would have a much clearer shot at him.
Okay, I will take my shots. First attack. Does that hit?
26 will hit. Yep,
Okay. Second attack.
that will hit as well.
Oh, cool. He's very big. So damage wise, first attack, 14, and then I'm gonna do something that I didn't do any last time because I didn't realize I had it. I can deal 2d6 extra damage.
Nice.
So that's 18 damage on the first strike.
Okay.
And 15 damage on the second strike. Piercing, magical.
All right. So you begin to sink some magical bolts out of your viola into him. He is reacting very violently to being struck. Make insight checks if you guys want, the way he's reacting. He's a pretty alien creature, like facially and body language wise, but a good roll like that might help.
or the. Do we see anybody else attacking? Are we alone in this fight, or?
You are at the moment alone in this fight.
Oh no, the granitebacks were obliterated.
No.
Oh no.
You don't know if they're obliterated or if they're just in a different location where they can't get to you.
Right.
That's more what's going on, or if they can't even see what's going on because they're down in all the silt,
Right.
which is even more likely.
Yeah. I know Mav and a dragon turtle will be by us in 3 rounds because they're hasted.
They're very, very
Something like
far
that.
away.
Yeah. Well, they can both move 100 and 200 feet around right now. So.
Yep. All right.
That's
So,
insane.
he causes one of those tidal or whirlpools to start, and I need everybody to make dexterity saving throws as the ship gets tossed around, and you get tossed with it. Doc will save and take no damage, correct?
Yep.
Brute, you're going to take 15. Muse, you're going to take 15.
Good job, Obuscador.
15.
Boostador, you're going to take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sounds good.
How do I add, like, do I just write it in wounds?
Yep, if you click on the wound box and type in 15. Although you have temp hit points right now, so you should probably subtract that from your temp. You would have temp left, which
How
you
do I
click
get
the temp box, you can just replace it.
How did I get 10?
We had a inspiring
okay.
speech before we.
Yep.
I'm just
I'll need all
imagining
this.
since Doc can run on water, there's the wave came, he just like hopped over it and ran down like a little slide.
Yep. And then he has only got one arm, so he's going to attempt to smash somebody. Roll a d4. That is going to be Brute,
Get him.
which is probably really good.
I'm gonna have anything got for me.
27, I will hit Brute. And then Brute is going to get clobbered for 34 points of bludgeoning damage that you can have. And then a tentacle kind of shoots out from where his face is like a snake and will attempt to hit El Buscador. Oh, I rolled. That's the same bonus. 29 will get El Buscador, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Uncanny dodge.
So, El Buscador, you will take 44 points of psychic damage that you can reduce to half because you uncanny
Jeez.
dodged it. And then you can have again because you are resistant to psychic damage.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he did that.
11.
11 points.
And that brings up Doc.
Hey,
Oh,
what do you think the
wax.
chances are that this guy can be put to sleep?
Found the rest of the wax from yesterday.
Probably pretty good, right?
Oh,
I
you
don't
guys
know.
did insight checks on him before? I'm sorry, I didn't get back to that.
29.
You believe he's terrified.
Oh, well, that's effective.
Like with the way he keeps like looking away from the people actively fighting him, you think he's looking for an out.
Oh.
So anything we can do to immobilize.
Go punch him
I
in the
will-
nuts.
I'm assuming I can bonus action transform what I'm calling my multi-weapon.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll turn that into a crossbow.
Okay.
Not crossbow, a longbow. Because we're far away.
Just use the ballista. They're right there.
But I wanted to know what the chances are I could put him to sleep. You have to try.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You do have to
And if
try.
I hit him out, and if I hit him, I try.
Yep.
I try. Does it work?
Right.
So you do not put him to sleep. He does seem to slow down moving for just a moment, and then he basically says, "Screw that," and uses a legendary resistance.
Oh, so he's not immune.
Is this the
Oh.
same combat as we were
It
in?
is.
So
Yep.
he would have one left?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metagame.
No, sorry. I'm. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, my longbow's rolling fine. I'm getting max damage every time.
That's so exciting.
So you stack another 24 points of damage onto Dagon and find out that he is right now susceptible to what normally for you is a minor magical effect.
Right? Good grief.
Weird. Because I had fully expected you to be like, yeah, no.
I know you did.
So did
I-
I. That's why I wasn't worried about any of the other stuff.
How far away is he?
You can smash him. His hand is flying around on the deck of your ship trying to smash people. There's a tentacle trying to stick its way up El Buscador's nose.
Yeah,
Take a
that's
thing-
gross.
Take a fingernail. At least it's your nose.
It's a much smaller hole. I'm just saying.
Noses are pretty small.
Didn't hear the beginning of it. No, I heard it was a much smaller hole.
Yep, it's fine.
So it's 19 points of damage. Then we hit him dead. And you take another 14 points of damage. Did I say? Time to die, but
Bud.
Okay, he's looking pretty beat up. El Bus. Oh, the boat gets to go.
oh,
I
I'm sorry.
forgot. That's fine. It's the end of the round, so I remember now. That is good. That's a much better series of rolls than the last time. So the orcs are cleaving at more tentacles. Other ballista are firing off. Fazragul is lashing at it with its tentacles and shooting him with the lasers. And I'm going to pile on another 72 points of damage.
I really want Fosrigel to get to eat a god. That sounds awesome.
He already told you he wasn't eating this thing.
The orc
It is
tried some.
His turn.
That orc is now Foster. Just because he's doing it doesn't mean it's a good idea.
What are you talking about? The other ones are all like, yes, we're going to eat this one.
Yeah, right.
Boog
Yeah, he absolutely does. He thinks it's super tasty. I have to. Pow. Oh yeah, so close, so close. Then I will offhand attack with my scimitar. Ka-chow. It just keeps getting closer.
Next one.
It's
Next
gonna be the next one. It is. It's gonna be the next one. That'll be my turn.
All right, so that's gonna bring up Muse.
Yeah, I will move behind our wall of orcs, and hopefully they'll get attacked, and I won't use them as a defensive point.
Muse.
Yeah.
As your turn rolls around, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. Oh. Charisma saving throw. I'm gonna wait. Did I use?
You have 3.
Did my turn start?
Yes, it is at the start of your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and give myself a +5 on it too.
Okay. So you feel Dagon trying to push his way into your mind. You can let him in or you can keep him out.
Gonna keep him out. Seems
Okay.
like a bad move to. If I have a choice in it.
You have a choice.
tell you a good story.
Oh, Dagon was the good guy all along.
All along we should have known the granite backs were up to something this whole time. Dagon was
The
just
granite
trying to
backs were
work.
actually the evil ones. Yeah.
Yep, I knew it.
I mean, I've been fighting for that perspective for a while.
Oh yeah. Rest of my turn.
Sorry, I was just about to encourage you.
Tony was a double agent the whole time. I should have known.
I'm a triple agent. Get it right.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I just thought of an awful joke.
Action. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna make again 2 attacks.
That's better.
One will hit. And both of those will hit.
Nice. Okay. And deal pop and give him the pop. So that's a total of 19.
All right.
On that one?
So, Muse, where do you want to put this fatal arrow as you fire it into
Really?
Dagon's face?
It's not an arrow. It's a
bolt. That's right.
It's a magical bullet.
Shooting slugs.
Between the two.
I want to and I don't want to expose myself necessarily to being overtaken, but in that final blow, I kind of want to hear what he had to say. Is that possible?
Yeah, make a persuasion check. This will be you pushing back against his mind.
Okay.
Ooh.
By persuasion.
You're so good at this.
Here, persuasion.
Okay.
Oh, that's not what I meant to grab. Wait, that's performance. Stop. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I was only going to give you a singular word, but
Good.
Nat 20 should be definitely rewarded. You push back against him as he dies, and you get the clear image of the word or sense of the word betrayer, and it's followed by the idea that it's among your people.
What is among my people?
There
What
is
do
a
you mean?
betrayer among your people.
Back home.
Okay.
And you got the
That's good to
impression
know.
that he was willing to trade that information for his life. But
And so in that moment, I see the word betrayer, and then the blast shoots forward through the head, and it just entirely implodes and bursts out.
Yeah.
Unrecognizable goop and ice shooting out through the water.
Yeah. The tentacles just floating down through the water. The boat is cheering. Everybody's going crazy. And then this derpy bearded dragon turtle comes swimming up with Mavami Granite back on his shoulder. You are joined shortly thereafter by Othig and Thanak, who is looking in terrible shape. He's burned everywhere from the scalding water from the blast. You guys, it was even when the blast off, you had the ice behind you, which cut off the backflow of the heat. But you see everything as the dust begins to settle on the other side of the well has just been scorched, burned, and even to some degree melted, depending on how close it was to the epicenter of that blast.
and I'm going to look for Tursin.
Okay, so you tell Fosrigul that your friend is still down there, and even as others are approaching, Foz just dives and goes looking for Tursin, who
I would also, before I go down there,
yeah,
I would bring anyone along who has Revivify or any sort of healing magic. I would try to grab them before
Okay.
we go down there.
The only one I think in the entire scope of this adventure that does is Mav.
Then I would
Almost positive.
bring
'Cause Wrinkle doesn't have it, and you guys don't have a cleric in this group, and
Oh,
it's the only
I can heal just fine.
yeah. So the dragon turtle and Mav take a dip following after you. Fazergul sends out the psychic message to everybody in the area to look for Tursin. And you see some of the merfolk who have survived, although a lot of them are missing. There's only 5 that are left, the general being one of them, and others, they dive down. And so go ahead and make a perception check at advantage for me.
me.
You can add a +10 to this. This is the entirety of the team looking for Tursin.
Gotcha. Okay. So advantage.
Yep.
There it goes. Oh, 2 now.
All right. So, you find Tursin, and you found her super quick. So when you find her, she is still alive, but she's bleeding out bad. She is actually encased in basically melted and flash rehardened rock, as everything around her is just been decimated.
Wow.
So,
That's
she is
awful.
currently stuck in that and dying. So I would say Wrinkle will swim over, Mav would swim over and start pumping healing into Tursin to stabilize her with a nat 20. I won't even turn it into a skill challenge. It was just you found her right away. And that's good timing. So it takes a while for her to regain her strength, even through the healing, but you do eventually manage to free her. But she's in a bad state. She's in player terms, she would have multiple levels of exhaustion at this moment from
That's fair.
the brutality she just endured. But she's gonna make it.
Muse would be, well, you couldn't tell it's underwater.
What?
Muse would
gonna
definitely be just ugly cry.
It's funny. I wrote about that. I don't
The
remember who
goggles
got
slowly filling up.
one group got the cutscene where Tursin's mom died, and I alluded to Tursin crying underwater, but how the ocean doesn't let anything show its tears. And
Yeah.
So it's a ugly cry moment. Everybody's relieved. You guys have defeated Dagon of the Deep.
Muse has learned to cry air bubbles.
That's where people cry. Air comes out and float up.
I think only Muse. Muse was like, I'm sick of the ocean not letting me cry. I'm gonna figure this out.
I just squeeze air up through my tear duct.
That's super fun. So I would say at this moment, everybody starts to kind of regather back together. You assess your losses, which, like I said, on the merfolk side, were pretty extreme. A lot of the commandos, they didn't get out of the blast zone quick enough. They stuck it out too long. Probably would have been the undoing of Thanok Graniteback as well, had he not just the round before been chucked by the undead Kraken, by Tursin's mom, out of the blast radius.
Not chucked.
Everybody else
Spitballed.
doing all right. It does appear that the harpoon, Alora's Bane, is still active. The crossbow is the frostbow is in a bit of a mess. It's magically fluctuating. Its fate is undeterminable at the moment. But Alora's Bane is still, although Mav would tell you it's not as hot as it was. And then this is what he's going to do, because this is what he told me he wanted to do. He grabs it in his frosty fists and tells everybody he might be back and swims down into the hole.
All right.
Oh,
Bye. Wait, towards my city?
No. Your city is in a different place.
Okay.
Down in this hole is just where Tursin.
Oh,
Yeah, your city is about 400 miles away from here.
Gotcha.
After some time, you see an enormous flash of light, and Mav Graniteback comes out of the hole looking substantially older. And the gauntlets are no longer functioning, and he says that the spear will not cause anybody any problems ever again.
How much older does he look?
Oh, about 78 years.
Oh, he's an
Is
old
what?
dwarf now.
That's a dwarf.
He
Yeah.
Mav is a bastion. So he basically what he just did was he sucked up the magical power of that weapon, which he knows is very, very dangerous. But he said at the end of the game yesterday that he would want it destroyed afterwards
Mm-hmm.
because that thing is bad news.
Yeah.
So
I remember the last bastion that sucked something up.
yeah,
There's been a
leveled up
couple.
mountains. They blow stuff up when they do things like that, or bad things happen to them.
I was
So
talking
that's
about
where we're at.
our Minotaur guy.
Does anybody want to take care of any character business at this moment? Because if not, I'll move on to the next event.
I don't think so. In destroying the harpoon, did we learn that bow is an equal level artifact?
It is a similar level artifact. Yeah, I wouldn't quite say it was equal because lore-wise, there aren't many things on the planet that are as dangerous as Allura's Bane. I would
Mhm.
say intention when it was made, intentionally the power level is to be the same, but something caused the harpoon to continue to grow in power.
Yep. Would Mav have been able to take the bow with as well, given its intention in creation and its fluctuating magical essence and what we just watched it do? If someone were to get a hold of that, they could turn that into a world ender pretty quick.
That's up to you guys.
I
In
mean,
its current state, it's barely even functioning and it's magical. I would probably rule between the amount of tinkers and magical people you have in this group, you'd be able to dismantle it without endangering anybody.
okay, let's do that then.
Just go ahead.
If we could disenchant it and turn it into raw components.
Okay. I didn't know if you'd want to keep it for what's to come or not. So
None of us can use
I
it because it causes damage to its wielder.
it does.
And I don't know
It emits a frost aura that was canceled out by the harpoon,
right.
but by
Zach
itself,
may
if it
wanna-
recharges, it'll
Zach
get.
may want to peddle some of those parts later.
Again, that's
I would
kind
be
of the thing I
curious
was trying to
about
avoid.
What? No, so I said some of them, like for the novelty of them. Hey, this was part of a big artifact. Huh?
Yeah, like I could
'cause
carve out the stock of a gun.
Yeah, you could.
That'd be cool.
we're gonna turn that thing into the soul stones or the stones for the Affinity Gauntlet is what we're gonna do.
So you guys dismantle the Frostmourne crossbow, and safely do away with it. As things start to calm down. Tersen's recovered. She started to swim around a little bit. General, what was the general's name? I don't remember from last time. Hold on, let me pop that up.
And from
It's
that day
not
on,
Erasmus.
each member of the brand sold one piece of the Frostmourne crossbow.
Indra, General Indra would come up to Muse and bow and say, "Your Highness, I'm very sorry, but you're going to have to come with me willingly, or you can never return again.
Return to home.
I need to place you." And she would look at you and say, "Under arrest."
She's the bad guy. Kill her. Stab her.
So why? First off,
Your mother sent me to bring you back in chains. She blames you for everything that's gone wrong.
what which things specifically?
Mostly the attack on your people, which after the general does not seem real thrilled about this job she's been given. So she divulged to you that after your last exploits back home, that's when all the problems started. And your mother blames you and your connection to the surface world as the cause of that.
I'll look at her.
You would have stayed hidden and under the radar had you just not messed with things you should not have.
I'll look at the general and say, if my mother is claiming that I did this, then I don't recognize her as having any bearing on the throne itself, and I'm ordering you to stand down.
Oh, make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Is he embracing his crown right now? Like, or sorry, is Muse
kind
embracing
of.
her crown?
Kind of, yeah.
Not to impose, but Elbuscador is basically a crown paladin in the making. Can he like just kind of that bodyguard backup, just stand behind Muse with his arms crossed?
Yeah. General Indra would bow and say, Your Highness, what you ask of me is, I believe you to be right, but my beliefs don't change who currently holds the crown. I will not come back with you, but I will stand with you if you press your claims against your mother. But to do so, you'll have to return. But I won't take you in chains.
Well, then that sounds like a plan.
It sounds like a party.
So
I love the picture here.
the total roll was a 23. I don't know if that.
I think in order to get General Indra to fully side with you, it had to be pretty extraordinary. 23 is pretty great, though.
Let me see if I can add my +5 still, because I've used that how many times? 3 times.
Yep.
What is that called? Flash of Genius. Here we go.
You get it the number of equal to your charisma modifier.
Add your intelligence. When you add your intelligence modifier equal to my intelligence modifier. Once. So my intelligence modifier is +5. So yeah, I'll add another 5. So that is a 28 at that point.
Okay, so at a total of 28, she will use her leverage once you're back in the city to bring other noble houses to bear with you.
Okay.
So you will have a very large amount of support at that moment when you stand against your mom. All right. So
Dang, that's cool.
with that, I'm going to say at this point in time, you bid farewell to the Granite Backs as Fosrgol begins to pull himself out of your ship, and they wish you all the best in your next adventures, and let you know that you always have.
Right?
What?
He's the one making the air bubble around us, right?
Yes, you would resurface. He would
Okay.
put you up on the surface. That's it. I'm out. Good luck.
Well, I just if any of us were going with
Yep.
Muse, I'm assuming I have to go underwater again. And I was like, wait.
Yep. So they will make sure that you know you always have a safe port at Granite Back Keep in the Kren Empire if you should ever need it for anything. And you'll watch as the squid takes off into the sky and flies away with a weird group of dwarves. And you guys begin sailing south.
It feels almost obligatory that on the table in the war room there's just a contract to join the guild.
Yeah, sure. The 7/7s Adventuring Guild, should you ever the need ever arise.
Just feels necessary.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna move to Muse's home.
Hey. That was intense, guys.
God killing.
Wow, cool. You're like second game back and you're gonna die already. That's crazy.
Man,
Well,
I'm hyped for the tension here. This is
By your mom. That's even crazier.
bro. First Tersen's mom turns on her. Now your mom turns on you.
Well, Tersen's mom was always a jerk.
Well, sure, but now she was an undead jerk that was trying to eat her. That's way worse.
Is
That's
it?
worse
It's
than
on
mommy
what are we
issues.
buying from the fancy shop?
Because if you're undead, you don't even have. What was
I
that?
don't know, man. We'll need some freedom of movement potions. So bring that up to Mike. Ask him about that. Potions to help
Oily
us
of
fight
slipperiness,
underwater.
according to the thing, is only 200 gold pieces.
Sure.
No, I told him like when it was the Halloween thing, I was like, oh, I bought 2 potions of slipperiness. Also, they give me a 4th level spell for 8 hours, and I think you've miscategorized their value.
The oil of slipperiness.
They give you a what?
They give you freedom of movement for 8 hours.
Yeah,
It
they're a
takes
big
10
deal.
minutes to apply, but
Yeah, they
They're like
take a while
280.
to apply.
But they last for but it's only like 150. Wait, no, it's even lower. It's like 50 gold pieces, I think.
No, it's like 250. They're in
it's
the
250 for oil of slipperiness.
yeah.
I'm looking at the sheet. I've been
Yeah, we used
skimming over
them.
it.
We used them on Thursday for the granite backs.
Did you?
They're
I felt
pretty
like
cool.
they were way too low in cost for what they potentially offered.
I
It's,
just
it's
been
not something
trying
you
to
can
think
just
of-
slip on. So
I've been trying to think of what to buy because I'm
There's the
kind
new
of
item.
independently wealthy. I don't know what everybody else has for gold themselves.
I was gonna say El Buscador doesn't need anything other than if we're looking for consumables would be the only thing that he'd be interested in.
Yeah.
So
I have one more attunement slot, so
sure.
I got room,
You should
but
get.
I don't want to.
You have an attunement slot.
I do.
You should get.
Cole, I doubt if you remember, but maybe you do. Do you remember any of your family's name?
Nope, not at all. I
I-
wrote it once.
Yeah. I went looking for the document and I couldn't find it.
In our
One of the things I was looking at was the Cloak of Displacement,
It's a wonderful item.
or the
What's your
Cloak of,
constitution at, Kit?
18.
Oh gosh, okay. I didn't realize that.
I have just a little less HP than Brute.
Yeah, I see that. You're insane.
Or a mantle of spell resistance.
Oh, I did. There it is. It's in.
I just found it.
Yeah. I didn't even
I've
think.
got 7 sisters,
But I also didn't know
mother
if
and
it would
father,
be
but I didn't give them names.
at
I
some
don't
point
think.
if we had a Horn of Valhalla for extra people.
Yeah, I didn't give them
Know
names.
what we're getting into. So
You just got a whole mess of sisters.
Yeah, I've got 7 of them.
Are you Ariel?
Yeah, basically. I took her obsession with human artifacts to be an artificer.
I love it. That's legit.
oh, so you just
I leaned into the mermaid.
ended up in the princesses group. Unless you are, I don't actually.
He
know.
was really mad that he couldn't be part of the princesses group, so he made his
Yeah,
own in
so
our
he
game.
just made his friends.
You could put Muse in as a
Cool. I got a couple of names and some other
Yeah.
stuff. I would.
Where's my girlfriend? I haven't seen her in a few hours.
Yeah,
Oh,
you could get a
I
robe
forgot
of
my
eyes
skin
again,
changed
Kit.
color.
I could get a robe of eyes again. Yep,
That went
I
so
love
well
that
for you
item.
last time.
it did. I saw so much.
Yeah, everything that was killing you all at once.
You even named your nation in here, so I will be fixing that on my maps.
Yeah, I don't remember what I put. It
Calypso.
was a lot. Yeah, but you said you didn't like Calypso because it was
So
too.
are we going somewhere? Or
I'll-
just like,
I'll build a variation of it.
Sure.
2020,
I will
a
base
year to
it off
forget.
Your
Love it.
Cantriel is your family line. You are the second heiress to the Cantriel line.
Who's the first heiress?
Oh, we'll find out, won't we? I get to make
Sure.
that crap. I get to make up right now.
That's
Well,
pretty
not
exciting.
make up. I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is this like a Muse cutscene?
It's not a cutscene. This is the second half of today's adventure.
The
Oh,
This is
montage.
kind
I
of
know
like-
we were participating as much.
Yes, you are definitely participating. This will be the sunset story for Muse's time, though,
Yep.
in one
So-
way or another.
leaning into some of what's been going on here. I'm clearly, as Elbusquador, not currently tied to the king. I've been away for a very long time. In this drive, in this travel muse, Elbusquador would definitely inquire about your kingdom, about your policies and all the not policies, your alignments and all of the things within that, and then explain some of the exploits that he has had, and just let you know that his services are at your command.
Sure, yeah. I definitely would have been dodgy about all that.
Oh, that's fine. Actually, he would actually probably appreciate that quite a bit, because secrecy is kind of important. But being a bounty hunter for the crown has been his life's work. So anytime he finds himself in the presence of equally aligned royalty, he tends to lean pretty heavily into that.
Yeah, I'm a princess, but I'm actually pretty low on the totem pole in terms of secession.
Your backstory page.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. I'm second in line, and then I've got. You're right.
Yep. But given what you just did, standing up to one of the commander-in-chief generals of your army, there's no question in your ability to lead in Elbusquador's eyes. He would 100% stand shield ready beside you.
And it really does feel like the way we did Muse as an NPC, and the way Cole played her back in the day is that, yeah, she's royalty, but she never much behaved like it. So I feel like the entire boat would have been like, yeah, Princess Muse, whatever. And it would have been just this thing where they just assumed it, but nobody really was like Princess Muse. And then all of a sudden Princess Muse showed up, and it was like, oh, there it is. There it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys would spend the better part of 3 days sailing a bit further south. Actually 2, because you'd be able to take to the air here. Although no, for about half the trip, and then you would have landed, because you would have gotten very close to the edge of the Malevolent Sea, which is constantly stormy and windy and bad weather. So being in the air would be very bad. That area. So you would have spent about a day and a half air traveling, and then you would have landed on the edge of the Malevolent Sea and sailed around the currents of it.
How high can this ship go? I mean, not that I want to test it, but I am.
We could go into space if we don't like it.
I mean, there's no storms in space. Wait, are there storms?
There are not. You would know that the ship has, the thinner the air gets, the harder the time the ship has staying afloat. So cloud level at is really pushing it for long periods of time, depending on the atmospheric conditions. And so you hit a spot where you are above Muse's city, and it will be time then to take to the water.
And the
ship can no longer go below the sea.
Right. So I think that's the relevant point where we find out if we can get ourselves water breathing, and if Sack can get us things that would give us freedom of movement underwater. And Muse, you're good to go underwater, right?
Yeah, I can move at full speed. I think I'm even fast.
Jeez. I'm not. Elbusquador, he went to click on something and just went away. I love it. Yeah. Elbusquador does not want to be in the water, but understands that he needs to be. But myself and Brute are very wing-clipped in the water.
Yep. I think at this point, Sack would be able to fish up 1 ring of swimming. Something, he's already passed out a few on the other side. And some mariner's armor.
Oh.
Of various kinds.
Could he get just a mariner's coat for Brute so it doesn't impede his armor ability? Like a leather vest.
Well, the mariner's equipment's attunement.
Oh, is it?
So
dang.
Brute would probably want the ring, because that allows her to keep all of her attunement slots.
Right.
Doc won't have a problem because he's got an open attunement slot at the moment.
Yeah.
So you will have to figure out what to swap out for Mariner's armor for the short term.
Well, my armor is a +3 studded leather, so I would rather be at disadvantage attacking, honestly. And I have a crossbow if I need to shoot. And that's not at disadvantage, right? Crossbows are good underwater.
Correct.
Okay.
Their range is drastically reduced, but they're still good
Yeah.
underwater.
I'm gonna keep my armor on. My armor is like the only thing I have that's actually like worthwhile as far as my items, because the other two things are just swords. Which, in order to get Mariner's armor, I would have to take my armor off. So.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So
Now,
you
the
will
bonuses
be
it's got.
moving slower.
Yep.
Water breathing will not be an issue for this adventure. So we will find ways to circumvent that, either through apparatuses that Muse can cook up as an artificer or other things. And you guys head down into the deep. So you're swimming for about 6 hours further down when you begin to see a city forming below you. And some of you remember this from the last time you were here. Actually, I think only Brute remembers this.
Nobody else would have been the only one with.
Yep.
I think that's accurate.
You swim through a bit of a kelp forest and an ocean. There are sea creatures about, although not nearly as many as you expected. And you see a large domed force field over the top of the city at the moment. It is generating from the larger towers you see on the outskirts of the city. But this is Muse's home, at least what I could cook up this morning in like 45 minutes. So I expected to have a lot more home time over the Thanksgiving break, but we spent almost all of it at Matt and Aubrey's house. So I wasn't anywhere near my computer most of the Thanksgiving week. And you guys come to the edge of the dome. The general whispers a passphrase and a hole opens up in it. Now, the dome isn't normally running. Muse, you know this is only up during times of crisis. It would not have been up last time you were here. Typically, the city relies on being as deep as it is, hidden under a shelf of rock, and the kelp forest around it to hide it, but that is not the case right now.
I would ask our whatever his name is to turn on his everyone look away feature.
The what?
The look whatever what's his name? Bazbergul.
Oh, he's gone. He took off.
Wait,
He left with the orbs. That's why you guys are swimming.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Him and the granite backs pieced out back to their own business. And so you guys pass through the dome and into the city. Muse, you would know that the larger potted building in the south is basically the temple area. The center building is the magisterium where the nobles meet and caucus about other random governmental things. And then your palace home is that building in the north. The bigger ones. Palace, government, temple. You want to stop anywhere before going to see Mom?
So I'd like to seek the counsel of the general first. I want to
she's a tactician, so I'd like to get her input on what she thinks is the best way to go about this.
Okay. Well, she says, and you would know this, that your society's pretty matriarchal as far as the way normal households and things run like that. It's nothing brutal like the drow or anything like that. But ladies tend to end up in charge a lot more than often, especially in times of military need, which this has become. It's hasn't been this way for 400 or 500 years, but there has been a great resurgence of calls to war at some point in time too, probably almost immediately after killing Dagon, and you guys had a moment. She would inform you that your older sister's dead. She was killed fighting.
Oh.
Which she would have told you after you stood up to her is really was the defining reason why she listened to you, because you are legitimately now the only one who can really claim the throne.
First in line.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, not the only one. Like
Well,
if
no,
I
you're
were
not.
to, you know,
Yeah,
but
you
what about my other sisters?
your other sisters are okay as far as anybody knows. Two of your next two sisters in line were off leading forces against Dagon as well, and the other ones are here in the city.
Okay.
So
I'd like
three, two are missing and three are in the city. Not missing, just gone.
places I'd like to stop by. I figure so. I'm thinking it through. When I was really young, there would have been like maybe like a shop or something that I would have spent a lot of time in and like brought artifacts to when I was little to like see what they thought about them. I'd
Yeah.
like to stop by a place like that.
Okay.
Some place that has relevancy to my childhood.
Okay. For fun, we will say you had a shop you frequented. You head back there, and you guys swim in. The general at this point, I think, is going to let you know she's going to go off and round up some of the nobles. If you would like to address them before you approach your mother, she will meet you in the magisterium.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of gathering the nobles at the magisterium before even talking to my mother. I want everyone there. I think addressing it privately is going to end in. I don't want her to have the upper hand, basically.
Sounds good.
If I may invest some of my ability into this too, speaking with the general, right?
Yeah.
Letting her know what I do, using the ear to the ground. Obviously, I don't know anyone here, but I assume the general might. When it comes to the specific wording is people in the segment of society that my chosen quarries move through. Basically, a criminal contact or someone within the underworld that could be invited to that meeting to maybe get some perspective from some people that are not so noble.
So the general, she's been very polite to you thus far. You start to get the sense now that she's home, and even though there is about to be a very major political royalty business happening, she's a bit more at peace. It is really clear she does not like surface worlders. She lets you know that she's been tolerant of you so far, that in all honesty, you've earned a hero's reward in her mind among her people, but she just basically says you don't understand how it works here. And blows you off, basically, is what happens.
Yep.
It's
okay.
I would look at her.
Buscador is very used to that, actually. So
I would look at her and say, "Now we're a noble society. Basically, everyone here is, lawful. But I know that there are some aspects of us that are hidden, and you, as a general, know this. If it could be of value, then I would appreciate your help."
So she sighs and she tells you to go to the black, they call it the black hole. This is a very uppity city, but there's a dive tavern here as well. Every place has one. And she says, ask the bartender for pearls.
And I'll give the general a hug before she goes off.
Oh,
At first, it's really stiff, and then she just leans back and tussles your hair and swims off.
Muse, if you're not comfortable doing that, I can see if Wrinkle can transform me into something people will respect a little different, and I can do what I do if you have other business.
Honestly, you'd be better off as a fish.
I mean, sure. As long as I'm able to still think clearly, do whatever must be done.
Yeah, I don't really know. People inherently won't trust you,
right?
But
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
you
sure Wrinkle
better
has the ability to
fish
disguise people pretty well.
octopus.
He does. He has the seeming spell. He could seem you all into merfolk, but Muse would let you know that
No,
it's a fairly tight-knit society, and
everyone knows everyone.
Stand out.
If you show up as a random merfolk, people will. If they find out who you are, they will actively not trust you even more.
Mhm.
So
they might even try to kill you.
What if I just look like you?
what do you mean?
I
Can
mean,
be-
you've been an individual that has messed with things that you shouldn't for some time. If I show up looking like you and sounding like you,
Like impersonating the potential next person in
I-
line.
it's
That is
no.
that.
then
I appreciate
I
the
will.
sentiment. Yeah, I just think
will-
it's going to end very poorly.
Elbow Scooter will just smile and say, "I will get in the back seat then."
Okay, Brute's over there shaking his head. Mm-mm.
Honestly, it's just like literally having scales and gills will get you farther. That's all.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, I think I'd like them to go off and do the black hole business.
Okay. All right. So
Plus, I mean, they are the seedier bunch. Some of them might be more inclined just because you're different and interesting and shake things up.
yep. So if you're going to split up, then the general is going to leave you guys with some identification passes, basically. She will pull out a string of shells and pass them to Brute
Good
and
Dakota.
say, "There's something about you that makes me trust your honesty."
Yeah.
And she's like, "If you get into, don't do anything illegal, but if you get approached by locals looking to cause a problem simply for who you are, show them these."
Okay.
That's
Plus, I
a
can't light anything on
super
fire
huge
down
honor.
here.
Also, they don't know it's illegal. Okay, it's fine. They'll figure it out.
Well, you would know that for the most part, base laws of society are the same. Don't steal, don't stab people.
It's more
What's
the
the step
customs.
first?
Yes. Customs are going to be different and unique.
It's important. What if they stab me first?
Yeah, that would be okay. If they
You're-
stab you,
You're
that's
allowed
okay.
to defend yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't even suggest fighting back even if that happens, because
Yep.
yeah, just try to diffuse it as non-violently as possible.
A brute
Yelling, "I
snap.
trust the system," and putting your hands behind your back isn't the way to go.
So you guys swim off and go your separate ways. Muse, it's actually it's along the same path for quite a bit. The shop you're headed to isn't you're headed to Whiskers shop and Whiskers shop. And so it's pretty far.
Is this person a giant catfish?
He's not a cat. That's really funny though.
He's catfishing.
He's kind of catfish like now I think about it. So you swim off down a side street and point the way towards the black hole, which is a giant pile basically of black coral with an open doorway in front of it. And that's where the rest of the group heads. Head into your shop, you head into to Whiskers Reclamations, is what it's called. And you know that your society is 98% merfolk, but there are a few oddballs and weird things that live here. And behind the counter is an old friend of yours, Whiskers, the crazy Kuatoa. So this fat, like pudgy, big gilled, fin-headed guy with one really big bulgy eye and one lazy, droopy eye, and all sorts of like catfish like whiskers coming off of his face, sees you coming, and he gets so excited. He's like, "Princess!" And he just swims across the shop and gives you a big hug.
I'll hug him back.
And then he starts checking out all your stuff. Like, "Look at all these things you got." And he's like playing with your baubles and your gadgets. What do they call this? And he's got
I don't really that
Way
one.
too
I
good at
didn't name.
Kuatoa.
You can name that one.
he picks up a little globe that you picked up. It's a it's a globe of what people think the world looks like on the surface. So he's looking at it.
That's the sphere we reside upon
Oh,
from a land perspective.
oh. He's like, that's really cool.
You can keep it.
He air bubbles start to come out from his eyes.
Yes, cannon.
So yeah, what do you want to do with
Only influences I make on this world are jokes.
what are you looking for?
I need to know from the average citizen's perspective what is going on right now.
The siege was hard. I don't know if you noticed, but we ended up consuming a lot of the life inside of the city just to exist. There's not as many fish about. We ate a lot of the greenery. It was hard. We were not ready for it. The people are angry. They're looking for someone to blame. And he kind of swims over and sits down on his counter. Kuator are always odd to the merfolk because they have actual legs. And so
Not that way to me.
like Tritons, they're odd. And he says that but with the siege lifted, we don't know why, but Dagon just stopped throwing his forces at our dome. We're hoping things will go back to normal.
Okay. Is there anything else, especially about the royalty?
Well, you were my main source of news for the palace, but every once in a while the servants do come in here. A couple of them they took on your interest of things after you were continually bringing them home. A few of them, they bring me stuff that gets found from time to time, makes them a good coin. They say things are really tense between your parents.
Okay. As usual. Well, but maybe less than usual.
More than
mentioning
usual. It's odd.
They're actually having dinner together.
I need you to do something for me if you're willing to.
Whatever you need, princess. And his whiskers are all like, brrr, he's all excited to do something for you.
I picture very much a Colonel Sanders mustache just doing this thing.
Go to the people you do trust. I know that you're not exactly the most merfolkiest, but go to the people you trust and try to get them on my side.
On your side? Are you gonna? Like the realization washes over him, and his one eye starts to spin.
This guy's not merfolky; he's merfunky.
I'm worried that my mother's mind has been. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm worried that she's either been corrupted or overtaken in some way.
He nods.
Or that someone else has. There's someone who in our society who's betraying us, and I don't know necessarily who it is, but I have suspicions of my mother.
Okay. He nods. And he's like, you can trust me. I will
I need the average citizens on my side, and I think you are in the know. And I think you know people, and people, regardless of what they say, they do trust you.
That is kind of you to say. And he promises not to let you down.
Okay, and I'll give him a last hug and be on my way back to the main area.
Okay.
Sea thing. No, not palace. Mysterium. I don't know what it's called.
Magisterium.
Magisterium.
The Magisterium.
I adore that Muse hugs everybody. Because I don't know that I would ever see Cole hugging anyone.
I do hug on occasion.
Do you? All right. I picture you being that person if hugged by someone would do what the general did, like freeze and then be like, all right, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Depends on who it is.
All right.
So you three swim into the black hole. And obviously, swimming through town, you are already drawing a lot of attention. So there are a sizable amount of merfolk following behind you at a distance, trying not to look like they're following you, but they're definitely following you. It's the type of thing where as you swim closer, they're swimming behind you, and if you turn around and look, they act like they're like checking their grocery list or something. And no, I'm not following, I'm not staring. And you swim into the black hole, and it's a pretty raucous place. There is a large walrus like creature on one end of the black hole blowing into a tube that air is shooting out of different shell like pipes and tubes, and it's making different sounds and music. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. There is a an awakened crab banging on some hollowed out shells making drum like noises. It's yeah, it's got a good groove going on. It's very like exciting. Um, the rest of the people in there are pretty typical merfolk, except they're crusty looking. It's a hot crustacean band. No, it's not quite that hot.
There's an alternate theme, but darker and grittier of Under the Sea plane.
Mix Under the Sea with the Shadow Man from Princess and the Frog.
Princess and the Frog. This in the nearest relation you can make to what you're used to seeing is this is the type of tavern that would be full of pirates on the surface.
I'm right at home here.
And they all stop. The music stops, like the walrus who's blowing into the pipe just kind of slows down, and the last note you hear is like, and they all look over at you and they just stare.
I will use my Cloak of Many Fashions and just have it turn black to just like kind of give the ambiance of like noted.
Okay.
Do we see something that would appear as a bartender?
Yeah. There's a large like conch that's tipped on its side and turned into a table. You see a lot of stuff in here that looks very similar to furniture like you would use regularly, except it's got different slopes to it to accommodate tails and not legs.
Oh, cool.
But there's still chairs and tables and things like that. They're just all you would if Brute tried to sit in a chair, he would just keep slipping down onto the floor.
That's spectacular. Approach the bar and ask, or say ask for some pearls. I think was the phrase. The ask to acquire some pearls.
Okay, so the bartender who he's got an actual crab claw for a hand. It looks like it is a prosthetic, and he's got a big scar on his jaw where his beard doesn't grow in. Other than that, he's got this really sweet, like flowy beard that kind of wraps down around his side. He leans forward and, "Who told you to ask about pearls?"
Would we know from Muse that if just common coin is used here, or if they have a different form of currency here?
I think just for ease sake, not common coin, but they trade in coin.
Okay.
They have their own minting, but
Yep.
gold is recognized.
Yep. I would slide a bag, just a pouch over with 100 gold coins in it.
I've got pearls in the back. And he points towards a side door, archway.
I would like to insight check him to see if we're gonna go in a room and die.
Yay!
That's awful. Well, that's not bad. 14's still not bad. Actually, do I have reliable talent yet? What level do we get reliable talent at?
Unreliable talent, I think, is 10 or
next
12.
level. It's 11.
11. So
we're not there
14,
yet.
14 is, man, fish people are hard to read.
Okay.
They got very humanoid facial features, but the cat in you just keeps looking at that tail.
Yeah. I'm they all look real tasty. I will acquiesce because this is what we were told to do in order to get some vibe from the underwater underground.
Okay. So you swim over into the tunnel, and this tunnel bends down and goes under what you assume is the ground outside, and into a series of very dark and like lit by almost like anglerfish balls globes,
Oh,
although you
all right.
don't see any of them there. And you that winds down through a somewhat it's like half natural, half formed cavern, and it opens up into a bit of a grotto. And there is a figure swimming around a glowing light at the middle of this grotto.
Uh, I guess proceed to the edge of what the light would be and wait to be addressed as I am used to.
Okay. So the three of you swim forward to the edge of the light, and this figure, it's swimming on the other side of the light, and it's very humanoid. It does not have a fishtail, so it's not a merfolk. Has long green hair. It's a woman. She doesn't seem to have any clothes on. And as soon as you get to the edge of the light, she changes course and shoots over towards you like with frightening speed. And she pulls up in front of you, and it's one of the most horrifyingly ugly things you have ever seen in your life. And it gurgles out, "What have you come here looking for? Surface dwellers."
As a quick aside, has Muse informed us of her discovery of betrayal or otherwise, or her
I would have
thoughts?
mentioned
Yeah.
that I saw the bird and had a context based on that final moment with
Okay.
Dagon. I
Um,
understood that it was someone was betraying us.
Yep. As a real quick question, because El Buscador works very heavily in permission, basically, what would you have allowed us to divulge in order to acquire information?
Whatever you want.
All right.
That's such a Muse answer.
Yep. So El Buscador is going to he's going to play his cards close to the chest. So this thing just asked him, what do we want, surface dweller?
Mm-hmm.
And for the moment, I think I'm just going to repeat the statement we were given by the general that we're here to acquire some pearls.
She looks confused.
Okay, that's just
Already
the
in. You
door
don't need the
passphrase.
passphrase.
Yep.
What do you want?
I would introduce myself. I would explain my line of work as the finder, a broker in knowledge and otherwise, and in, explain that I am looking for information about an individual that may be a danger to the populace, and explain that the dealings that this individual deals in requires this space to make their dealings easier, and would ask for their assistance in making sure that this place is still here tomorrow.
Okay. So she pulls out a pouch and she pulls an octopus out of it and she begins to like devour it. And as the last tentacle remains, she pulls it out and then she squeezes it. And all this gook comes out of the end of it. And then she opens her mouth and the ink from the octopus she consumed messes with the gook. And she says, "It's vague. The more you tell me, the more I can tell you."
Dagon is dead. We witnessed his expiration firsthand. His final, I guess, penance before thrusting from his mortal coil was to inform us that there was a betrayer in the upper echelon.
You say that, and she shoots off towards the light, and she drops the tentacle like housing down inside of it, swims it around it a few times. She's looking at it. She gets herself in various positions, like she's almost like a scuba diver trying to study something on the ocean floor.
Hmm.
And then she swims back over to you, and she says, "Poison. Beware. Poison. The plan isn't finished just because one of the corners is gone. They do have another
Are you capable of shedding any light on the whom?
She says that is the favor that has been paid to the one who sent you.
That is the favor.
If you want more, you pay more.
That is the favor that has been paid. Would I assume that that is to the general or to Muse?
To the general. You feel like the general just cashed in on a big favor.
Yep. I will, based on the relationship that's established so far, I don't feel like I am trusted, and I don't feel as though I have open permission, even though Muse just said do whatever. But I will infer to this individual that if there is a change in leadership, that they currently have an earpiece to the crown directly, and infer that they would have a return in favor from the crown.
She would, in a sense, convey back to you that everybody always comes to her for favors. It doesn't matter who's in charge. She would
Gotcha.
actually say she's been here longer than anyone alive in this city. She's not worried about a change in power.
He's just gonna out. What are you?
She smiles. Someone from beyond.
So Tony's played too much. Have these characters met the Elder Hags, or was that a different group?
I don't think this group has met a hag. As
Where
much
did
as I
we-
love hags, I don't think you guys have encountered one.
The one that we got our soul flute from? Or the
Yeah,
soul
we
Oh,
blew up
yeah.
the gift ship.
Oh yeah.
Yep, you would have encountered
What's her
what was her
name?
name? Granny or other in
Toadstool.
Granny Toadstool.
I would look at her and I would just mumble Toadstool?
She would say, "My sister from a different place."
Yeah, we're talking about those kinds of deals. Wonderful. And I'll just take my hat off and rub my bald spot. Like nervously.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely letting her know that I've dealt with her kind before. Well, being your age and your connections, it's probably a foolish endeavor to ask if you want anything specifically. But we are
She
in
would
dire need at the moment.
She would interrupt you,
Yeah.
and she would say, "If you can get your hands on one of their weapons, I would be indebted to whomever rules next."
One of their weapons. One of whose weapons?
She shoots off across the room that you're in, releasing a
Mhm.
black cloud of ink,
Oh.
and everything kind of goes dark. You feel like your time has passed.
Yeah. Okay. She didn't tell me anything, so I don't know her anything. All right. I'll go let Muse know these things and let Muse know that my informant, our informant, her informant, has a cost for information, and the cost is one of their weapons. So we'll meet up with Muse, and I'll let her know that.
Sure. Muse, you have spent the last 45 minutes or so greeting nobles. It is a very informal, formal event. There's obviously no structure to it, but everybody is taking time to welcome you back. Many of them are starting to congratulate you on the saving of the city. That seems to be the angle that General Indra is playing. That the city wasn't hurt by you, it was saved by you.
Dang. Good job.
So they have a general sense of the accomplishments that you just did in the killing of Dagon and the releasing of the oceans from his influence. And so far they're kind of waiting on you to see what you want. I would say there's a point shortly after that where General Indra would tell you that she doesn't think anybody else is coming. So
Like
If there's
the
anybody
royalty's
specific
not coming
you're
to this?
looking for. I'm sorry, what?
The royalty's not coming to this?
Not to this. You'd have to go to your mother's throne room to challenge her. So you can
No,
gather all these people and then go there, but they're kind of coming to hear your case here first.
yeah, there's no word on like they're not leaving the throne. Like no one's leaving the throne to come to this. Okay.
Nope. These are all the different nobles from around the city, and to some degree from a lot of outlying settlements as well, because they all fled here for refuge. So you have a very large collection of not just your cities, but your nation's nobility here.
Mhm.
Cole, did you want any representatives from what would be the black hole? I forgot to ask that, but I would have inferred that if that was something that you did want.
No, the nobles would be entirely distrustworthy of anyone from there.
Because they all know that the people there have dirt on them.
A little bit of that, and then also just the lack of trust for. It's a
fair.
very awful society.
Right.
Anyone who sort of breaks the law is marked with they get a black mark sort of deal, and it's hard to turn into this society once.
Mike needs to make a note of that in the campaign guide. Be right back. So the nobles are basically waiting for you to address them and let them know why they should stick their necks out on your side.
Hi everyone. It's good to see you again. I wish I was coming under better circumstances, but they're already pretty good because we killed Dagon.
Hey.
And I want to gauge the response from that.
The way this is how they do it. So that most of the rulers of a noble house, they carry like a family trident, and on this trident is etched similar to designs that we would see on crests and shields and things like that, but they are worked in a more fish-like underwater pattern around the shaft and on the branching, and they all begin to bang them on the ground. You would recognize this kind of as a symbol of applause, or in some circles, people snap to give approval to what was just said. So,
Okay. So, good
Yas,
response.
Queen. Mike, it is really fun watching you from the outside perspective, by the way, when somebody else throws you a curveball. I've never paid attention as an outsider when someone does it. It's kind of entertaining.
who, me?
Yeah, you. Just watching your face as you did I'm gonna go make a note of that. I feel like that was the same thing I did to you on Thursday.
Well, this is just a lot. This is the type of stuff to where your characters build the world, man. Cole wanted to build an undersea kingdom. It's his undersea kingdom.
Yep. It's fun to watch.
When I was a child,
when I was a young warthog,
when I was a young merfolk, I was born, as you all know, with
At a very young age.
It's so good we're not actually in the room at the moment. We're the worst friends that a princess could have. I'd just like to say. Tony wants to befriend a princess IRL.
Okay.
I was born different with my curse. It pushed me away from the rest of you in a way that I feel has not done a service to our people. But through that curse, I've found rekindled spirit. I've found morality in the experiences I've had. I've seen the world as a whole, away from this place, away from our glorious kingdom. And there's more out there than you might realize. I also know that when I was younger, may have pushed some of you away because I pushed against our heritage, our culture. And I am ready to return to it and I'm ready to stake my trident in claim of the throne.
All right, make a persuasion check at advantage.
Nice. Persuasion. I'm also going to give myself +5 on this roll, which will
Do
be.
it.
This would be one.
Is that an artificer ability?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
flash of inspiration.
super useful. Oh, I'll cast guidance on myself first.
Fair enough. You did it before the roll, so go for it.
I love that. I picture that very greatly because you're having this conversation and you're just like, bing.
Yeah, you just. I realized they should have done it when I was talking to Indrid that time, and I was like, wouldn't I be doing this all the time?
You'd think.
Especially, yeah. So, persuasion. There it is with advantage. There it goes. Pretty good. I'm gonna add my D4. Rearrange my dice. So 27 and then +5. So that puts me at 32.
32. Very nice. So your words stop for a minute, and there's just this pause. And I would say everybody else has probably come in at the back end of this speech. And so you caught the back end of it, and then just this one old dude starts to bang his trident on the ground, and for just a second he's alone, and then a couple others join, and then all of a sudden the whole room avalanches, and you have won over every noble person present in the room.
How many are there any that are not present?
There are some that you remember from growing up, some houses that are not represented here, but you don't know why they're not present. But there are some missing. They might not have made it to the city for shelter. They may not have responded to your call. They may be supremely loyal to your mother. But knowing how much nobility is in the country, you really feel like you got a good 70% support at the moment.
Okay. Cool. And I'd like to also take a moment to share in sorrow for my older sister.
The minute you bring that up, the banging immediately stops, and they all put their tridents on the ground, and they fold their hands over their face, and they just bow it, which is just a really like it's the type of behavior you would see at a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Tony, you were muted. T.
It's okay. I was being. I said I'm going to steal somebody's trident while they're all not looking, but I'm not doing that.
Musketeer's just sliding one into the bag of holding.
just. Hey, this is one of the weapons that lady was talking about. I'll be right back.
That's funny. So I think unless you have something else you want to do, we should approach your mom.
Yeah, no, that would be everything.
Okay. All right. So after the caucus, you go outside, and there is a throng.
I want to stop you there.
Okay.
I have everyone, and I would ask, Indrid, will you be my general?
She would be honored, she says.
Okay. That's the only other thing I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So having missed pieces, because we just walked in, I would like to just aside muse a little bit and just, do you know for sure it's your mom?
No, I don't.
Because that's a really big accusation to just
chuck
at someone's face.
I didn't accuse her. I have merely shared worry. I have not made any formal accusations.
All of these people are here to help you take the throne away from her? That's okay.
That it's not quite that simple. It's I'm not necessarily taking the throne if it's given to me, as is my right as heir.
Mm-hmm. Does that include while they're alive here? Because usually up top, heirs don't go in their spot until daddy dies.
we live a long time. If we waited that long to transfer power, it would be.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Elves live a long time too, and sometimes things need to happen for people to die.
So, what you're saying is it might be given, or we might have to hit things.
Oh.
He doesn't like the idea of violence.
Doc brings up violence, and Muse just black eyes.
Sorry.
No, and I think that's really cool. and I think
It
it's
is.
a great point.
I think it's like. What was that, Mike?
I'm totally tracking with where you're going with that. Elves live so long that it is uncommon for one to just keep the throne for forever.
Yeah,
And
it's
the longer they do, the worse they get. Their character outgrows or their platform outgrows their character.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
abdicating earlier is
And it's
normal.
I think the reason that is because it has happened before where there's been a millennia stretch of time where a ruler has taken over and it didn't go well for everyone in terms of them abusing station.
And I don't know if it's been discussed. Your dad's role, what would your dad's role here be? Is that just is it kind of like when the queen doesn't have power, or does he have
he has power, and technically he's able to hand off the throne as well with her, but traditionally the queen would be the transition of power, and then it is upheld. The king has never stood in the way of a transfer of power, not once.
So
they've always defaulted to what the queen has done with that.
I would like to take that moment and let Muse know that there is an individual that would be able to identify your betrayer, but there is a cost. And I would let them know I would let you know more or less the whom, and then the cost being a statement of one of their weapons.
Those weapons mean a lot.
I agree with you, but all I got in response to that question was an ink cloud. However, walking in here and seeing all of the tridents, I'm guessing it's one of those.
And Mike, there wouldn't be another weapon that would then, qualify as that, right?
The hag was intentionally vague, but among your people, the only weapon you could think of that would mean anything to anybody would be a household trident. Mm-hmm. It's the symbol of everything that house comes to represent.
So, I feel like that's up to you, whether or not you're willing to figure that out.
The trident would have, if someone gives up their trident, or even if they lose it, I mean, it means that they're no longer a house member.
Mm-hmm. To give up a household trident would mean the household is no longer nobility. Mm-hmm. They would be forfeiting land and title and everything. It'd be an extraordinarily big ask of anyone, even the lesser nobles.
And I would just ask, do you have anyone that swears that level of fealty to you?
There is only one person I can think of who might even be willing to consider such an offer.
Whiskers.
Whiskers did not have a trident.
Well, he has several. He probably has several tridents. They're just not his.
They're totally legitimate tridents, thank you.
But
Zach's probably got a couple of these tridents.
I can try. I will see what I can do.
And it's not a need.
But
this isn't a necessity. It's just playing cards. It's good to have some leverage.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to take a trident. It would have to be given willingly. That's the only way I'm willing to do this, I think.
Yeah. And I mean, once you're in possession of the crown, you make the laws.
Yeah. I figured there'd be one person who I feel like this could work.
There is, and it's a big ask. He is one of the youngest nobles among those who are here for you. His name is Celigus, and he
Celigus.
was your arranged marriage.
He's sweet
before
on
he got
you.
bounced. You like him a lot, but maybe not in that way, because not only is he a thick, big, strong, handsome, good-looking merfolk, but he's not dumb. He's actually fairly brilliant. And so
Is he the leader of the house?
he is now the leader of the house. His
He
father,
wasn't before I
he was
left.
not before. He is now. His father was killed during the fighting.
Gotcha.
Oops.
And he has no sisters, so marrying
Gotcha.
to the royal family was going to be a really, really big deal for
Still an
this
option.
household.
Hey, you know what? You
Yeah.
everything your family has anything to do with, I'll marry you, maybe. Huh?
Call me maybe. Hey,
So
I just
yeah,
got back.
I'd go talk to him. Like as soon as this meeting is over, I guess that's who I would see next.
Okay. So he's there, he's present. And as everybody is starting to disperse, and they're all gathering outside because they're all planning to escort you to the palace for the ask. And you approach him, and he looks at you, and he bows, and he greets you very warmly, and he says, "Princess, it is a great pleasure, as always, to see you again."
What's his name again?
Celigus.
Oh, feels
That-
bad.
Can I in meeting this guy just get an air of, is this guy a heartbreaker or is he true to Muse?
I'm pretty sure I broke his heart when I left the city entirely.
I just want to make sure he's not going to stab you.
I-
All right.
Part of it, yeah. I definitely avoided the arranged marriage.
El Buscador. It's funny that you did this. So there is something very off about this guy. You haven't met a lot of merfolk yet, but his words, his body language, his facial expressions, everything about him seems very true. But there is a warning bell going off in your brain that is like, it's too good. It's too true.
Oh. I'm going to observe for the moment,
Okay.
but I'm poised to react. I'm going to basically just be high on alert, be right next to Muse as that shield bearer kind of thing.
Yeah. Right on. So Muse Celigus has greeted you very, very warmly. You can see a little bit of a look of distant hurt in his eyes, but not a lot. He seems to have put himself together fairly well. He's carrying his household name with pride and dignity, and he asks what you need.
I'm sorry about your father.
And the hurt really comes out to the surface then. And so for a moment, you're like, oh, was I being a little self-centered that maybe he was hurt because of me? Like maybe this is about his dad.
I don't think that would like Muse would have considered that, but it,
Yeah, and he gets very like openly wounded at that, and he's like, it was. Then he stops. He says, "My family's not the only one who suffered loss. Your sister was lost as well. Thousands of others. We have much work to do to fix our people." And he
I
pulls
think you
himself
can.
back together.
I believe that you're capable of helping our society come back together. And I think you're capable of overcoming great adversity. Would you be interested in a more challenging version of that?
Oh, and he says, all you have to do is ask."
I'd like you to give up your trident.
And then he's like,
All you have to do is ask.
And then he's like,
"You just
like,
send him off to bat
this
or
isn't what I thought you would ask for. Persuasion check.
All you have to do is become a eunuch. Oh,
I have meatloaf. All I would do anything for love playing in my head right
It's-
now.
It's actually interesting. The fact that he said all I have to do is ask, and that, I mean, I feel like putting that blank check down, it would
Mhm.
be
It's
it would
definitely
be pretty bad of him
To recoil,
to
yeah.
to say to withdraw that blank statement that he just made. But we'll see. So
Yeah.
persuasion.
Jeez,
my God.
Cole. We replaced
20.
Andy with a better Andy.
Man,
That's disgusting.
he does recoil at the ask of it at first, and then he takes a knee and he offers it up to you.
Okay, I'll take the trident.
Have him come
Thank
with
you.
us, Your Majesty.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why don't you come along for the next section of this whole thing I'm doing? Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, he says, "Then by your command," and he's got a very different tone to him. It is not so much like he sounds like a different human being, but before, when he addressed you as nobility, it wasn't that he was trying to address you as an equal, but he is definitely now addressing you as a much greater superior. He knows what has just happened.
Yeah.
And he is addressing you as a commoner should address their royalty.
Okay. Well,
That's good. That's good.
I'm going to. Yeah, well, we have to do this deal
Mhm.
currently.
Yep. Let's head in that
So-
direction.
I would pass it off in a way that other. No, I would announce to who's watching that there is information at stake, and I need to know someone. I need to know what's going on, and the price is
Mhm.
this. And I know most people have sort of filtered out at this point, but I just don't feel like in good conscience I can do this deal under the table.
Yep. Cole,
Okay.
do
Even
you know
if-
if
Means that other people will take it as a negative that I've
Yeah.
done this, and I know they will. But I don't feel like I can hide it.
So I was going to
I don't
ask
want
about that. El Buscador was actually going to ask about that specifically, of if it is better for you to not be seen doing this.
It is. It is so much so.
Then, I mean, you can stay here and we can act as your hands and your mouthpiece moving and go and do this. Do you trust us to bring you back the correct information?
I trust you to do that. I want to tell people that this deal has happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I will not hide it from my people, because eventually they will learn. And yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
You may lose some tridents in that.
I'm-
That's the only one I want to make sure.
Almost certainly will.
Okay. It's your business.
Okay.
So is Muse looking to stay back with everybody?
I'm not. I'm letting you guys go and do the deal, but I'm.
Politicizing,
Well,
politicking.
because I was saying if Buscador's leaving, then I could stay with you. If El Buscador and Brute want to
Yeah.
go do the deal.
I
So
would like
totally
someone.
split, so like we still have the buddy system going up.
I definitely think that's a good idea.
I wanted to take boyfriend. I don't remember the name. Sorry, I missed it. With as
Celigus.
well. Celigus. Thank you. I want to take Celigus with, if that's allowable.
Celigus is now going wherever he is told to go.
Yep.
I say, yeah, if you want him with you, Celigus, please join my compatriots.
He will bow and follow El Buscador and Brute back off to the Sea Hag's
Okay.
sanctum.
Uh,
So you guys,
Yeah.
Doc and Mew, you all walk out of the Hall of the Magisterium, and there are
I'm with Cole yet.
Right. Yep. But currently you're all together still. Basically, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
You walk out of the magisterium into the street, and there are thousands of citizens gathered here to see and to meet with Muse the Slayer of Dagon is what they're cheering for you. The savior of the city, everything. There are commoners, there are other nobles from the households that were not in the meeting. The entire city, it looks like, has turned out for you at this point.
Mm-hmm. That's legit, dude. Cool.
That's
cool.
pretty good because it could easily have gone a different way.
You had some really, really good rolls in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, he did. Jeez, he did.
so you are taken with the crowd to the palace, where you most of them obviously stay outside. Commoners are not allowed in the palace, but a lot of the nobility follow you in. You go into the main halls and courts where you grew up with your family and your mother and everybody else there. And your mother and your father are both sitting on their thrones, waiting for you to approach. You enter the hall, and they both rise, and your mother basically just looks at you and says, "Daughter, you've returned."
It's very nice to see you, Mom. I hope. Well, I know things aren't going super well, but I hope that you're doing okay, and so is Dad and my sisters.
She says that she understands that circumstances are not favorable for social family reunions, but it is good to see you as well. It has been hard without you. And she will sit back down, and she says, "I suppose you need to officially tell me why you've come."
I've come to take my rightful place as heir to the throne.
By what right do you claim this? What have you done for your people?
I have slayed Dagon and ended the siege on the city.
But there are many who believe that it is you who brought Dagon upon this city. And there are a handful of other nobles that were already in the room. Looking at the collection here now, you realize that most of the people who didn't show up for you came straight here.
Yeah.
And they begin to bang their tridents on the ground, but your crowd starts to boo them. And the king stands up and bellers, and he yells, "There will be peace in the court." And they all kind of knock it off.
Now the citizens can see and hear all this, right?
The nobility, most of the citizens are outside. But yeah, they can the nobility's seeing and hearing all of this.
I would ask that we open the doors so that our citizens can take note of what happens here today.
Your mother goes to say no, but your father gets to it first and yells, "Open the doors." And they're let in. Like a good chunk of them. There's no way they're all going to fit in here. But like a lot of people cram in, and the doors are all open now.
Okay. I did not bring Dagon upon this world, but I did take him away from it. And there is more to do. There are forces above us, above the sea, that threaten to destroy everything.
Your mom.
Not just
Oh, go ahead.
everyone. No, that's it.
All right. Your mom says, "Are you telling me you would lead our people to yet another conflict? Surely," and she motions out to the crowd, "this is not the wisdom of a ruler." And so you see that everybody's kind of whispering among themselves.
I appreciate everything you've done, and I do believe you made the right choice in defending our people here with the force field, and the decisions you made are just. But if the world ends, we end with it.
And there's some chit chat among everybody else. It sounds like that's the thing. It's people are torn between. And she takes a step forward, and you can see it's not Queen, it's Mom, and she says, "Muse, proof. What proof do you have that this calamity above threatens us? The surface world is constantly in turmoil, destroying one another."
I'm not really sure what proof I would have. I just know what, like, I know as me, as Cole, but I'm not really sure what has happened in this group entirely. So maybe
Muse would be very well aware that Dagon was just part of a group. And if that group still exists, then whatever goals they had with him would still be, they'd still be looking for them.
do we have any?
That actual proof, you'd be probably pretty light on being able to provide actual proof. And so this might come to the first persuasion check for the crowd.
I'll stake my claim to the throne on it, as well as the lives of all of our people and everyone here on it, including myself.
Wait, so are you including me? Am I included?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's everyone. You're
Again, worst friends for a princess to have.
All right. Make
I'm feeling. Yeah.
advantage.
At advantage.
Mhm.
Like, I don't even know you that.
I'm not going to cast guidance on this one. I feel like at least my family would take that negatively. They're very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very noticeable spell.
It's
Just
it
normal.
worked. It worked in the other place, but this has to be about like my individual, like or not about me making this statement without magic involved. Persuasion. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. So she takes a few more steps forward, and she
It's
looks
like a normal good.
really unhappy. And then we're going to switch over to Brute and El Buscador. So you guys have gone back to the
Yeah.
Black Hole.
While
And
we're walking over there,
Yeah.
I want to basically just say, so you're one of us now, just normal folk.
He says,
What?
You're so.
What's your deal? And I'm just gonna out him on the fact that he's a weirdo, like that he's being dodgy. He's a weird fella.
He would say, the situation's really, really awkward. While Muse was gone, I was betrothed to her younger sister, and seeing as how she left me, my family saw it as a slight, and now I'm not a noble anymore. So, well, yeah.
You just keep getting knocked down pegs, don't you?
He's like, I'm in. Ugh. And he looks lost.
Yeah. Huh.
And then he'd ask you, why are we going? Are we going to visit the? And he stops. He stops swimming. He withdraws. Oh, if I had any rank at all, I would tell you no.
Yeah.
That is such a beautiful word of my station. Yeah. No. Would you like to look at me? No. Would you like to eat this? No.
Yeah.
And he continues to swim forward again.
Yep.
He looks really uncomfortable.
Yep. I would like to, in talking with him, divulge to him that we are going to find out who betrayed Muse. And I want to say it in such a way that it would appeal to that piece of him that's still in there that actually cares for her.
Mm-hmm. Make an
And-
insight check.
and gauge his response. 16.
He is hard to read right now. There are a lot of emotions swirling around on him, but the biggest one you pick up, 16 is still not terrible. I mean, plus 11 is hard to get a bad insight read on somebody. You get a decent read on just about anybody with that. He has a lot of apprehension and suspicion going on.
Suspicion of me, of Muse.
Suspicion of you would be a decent guess. You are a surface worlder, so he has an inherent distrust of you.
Mhm.
Like what just happened to him was a really big deal.
Yeah.
And maybe there's some, I don't know if I made the right decision
Yeah.
going on. Because
Um,
there's probably a healthy amount of, I really miscalculated that moment. I was going to marry the next future queen if Muse fails in this. And now he's like, yeah, now I'm a nobody.
Their people are so alien to me. I don't even know that I could leverage that in any way. I'm just gonna leave it be. I'm gonna let that simmer until we get to our place and
Okay.
go present and do.
So you guys head back into the black hole. You head down into the tunnels. He comes, but it is almost to the point where you almost have to pull him at certain times. Like he keeps stopping, and you look at him, and he's like, "I'm coming. I'm just." And he says, "I've heard of her. I've never seen her."
Definitely not your
They
type.
only I'm actually gonna try and oh sorry, what did you say, Crystal?
I said she's definitely not your type.
Yeah. I'll just say to him, they only have the power you give them.
It's like, isn't that the thing that should be the most afraid of?
Yeah. And at the moment, you don't have anything to lose. So there's nothing she can really take from you.
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
Or
And I want to say that in a way that's definitely baiting him
ask your therapist.
to feel as though like I'm kind of trying to see if he will in this moment turn on Muse. Like if I'm fishing to see if he's the betrayer, but I'm also feeling like he's probably not. But in this moment where he's about to meet a very powerful being and he has lost everything, that if he's willing to betray Muse in this moment, this would be the moment where I would stop him.
Yeah. So you have a quick, that last little interaction right before you pass the threshold into her room when you're starting to see the light from her well in the middle.
Mhm.
And you see him take a deep breath and you watch a wash of resignation come over his face as he comes in. And you enter into her room.
Mhm.
And as before you swim up towards the edge of where the light range is visibly ending before it peters out into dim light. And you hear her, you don't see her. And she's like, "You're a good servant. You brought us."
Prefer the term employee over servant, but we'll talk about that later.
I need to wait.
I've brought what you've asked for,
That's
and
Ursula. Nice.
I would like the returned piece of our agreement.
So you go to present the trident to her that you acquired from Celigus, and you watch as in a stream of bubbles and swirl of water, she kind of manifests before you
Ugh.
and says, "That's not the weapon I want." And
You
she looks at
people.
Celigus, licks her hand, and you watch as a 3-foot long black dagger flies out from underneath his cloak into her hand, and he transforms into an illithid.
A dagger that would be
Going back
familiar
to
to
the
us.
throne room.
Wait, what? I'm just confused. He
black
threw the
soul.
dagger, right?
She pulled the dagger from him,
Black soul.
and when she yanked it from him, he transformed into an illithid.
Oh,
And lore-wise, those daggers give the assassins who wield them the power to take on the form of the last person they killed.
That would be very familiar
Oh,
to
she
a
got her-
Buscador, as he
she got her
was
weapon.
one of those when he went to the Beholder.
That's why you got the information you got when you made the insight check before. and you took it down a different trail. But that's okay.
I forgot about that.
So the group would recognize this guy immediately as one of the Black Soul Blades. And they work for the Many-Faced Lord. But Muse and Doc are in a different location.
You even used trigger words and I missed them.
That's okay. Sometimes my tells are readable, sometimes they're not.
Yep. Well, and thinking back, you even said one of the specific words you said when Jeffrey got possessed by it.
So, your mother looks really angry at you, Muse, as she comes down the stairs. Probably the angriest you've seen her since the time you blew up the kitchen.
Which time?
And your father stands and calls out her name, and she stops for just a moment, sighs, and passes you her trident.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
As you grab it, she looks at you square in the eye. She says, I hope you know what you're doing.
I love you, and I don't. I'll take the trident.
So the mom face, it is definitely not queen face. It is definitely mom face. You get from her, and your father stands up and he looks very relieved, and he calls for a celebration that the trident has been passed. No blood shall be spilled. All hail Queen Muse.
I can confirm, in the short time I've known her, she's very good at winging it, as they say.
What's a wing?
Holy
Pinning
crap.
Pinning it. That's the translation that's going on here. So as the celebration immediately commences, they call for the priests to come so that an official coronation and ceremony can take place. You've never witnessed one, but other passings of titles. It's usually a big to-do, but it's not long. Your people don't mess around with taking too much length and time of things. They're not
week-long festivals, month-long festivals.
There'll be that kind of celebration going on, like locally, that people will be like, yeah, it's like a season, but as far as the official event, it won't take long at all.
Okay.
Anything you want to do in the meantime, you've got about 10-15 minutes before everything really starts to unfold.
I would address the people and say, the time to remain stationary has ended for us. We must walk where once we swam.
Okay.
Please tell me her mom face palms at that.
Everyone's confused, but it's a metaphor, guys.
It just sweeps over the crowd, the confusion of, does
No,
that mean we're going to the surface, or does that mean we gotta have legs? What does it mean?
okay. No, it was supposed to be like a cool. Okay, it's fine. I'll talk about it later.
I definitely feel like in front of the crowd of multitudes, Muse says all of that. No, it was supposed to be a really cool metaphor.
So that verbal vomit starts in that older noble who started banging his trident on the floor for you first before it just starts pounding his down again and gets everybody to help you out, and then it kind of covers up the back half of that.
That guy needs a promotion. That guy right there.
In general, Indra is giving you like the eye, like, what's a thing?
Such a thing as a silent crowd.
Anything else you guys want to do?
Who is
all
that
right.
pointed at?
For me?
For me,
Doc, is there anything you want to do?
No.
Okay.
All right, back to Brute and El Buscador. Now, I have no illusions that 2 level 10s are going to mop the floor with an illicit assassin, but I do want to gauge the timing of it. So I would like you both to make D20 luck rolls. I will make one as well.
Oh gosh, please.
Single times rolling never go well. Brute, was that an 11?
That wasn't a lot.
Okay.
But he got a 2.
That is better than it normally is.
Hey.
So you guys both beat the assassin. Like he obviously was caught extraordinarily unaware of what was about
Yeah.
to happen.
And it's dark here, right?
It is dim light. It's
Yeah.
bright near the center of the well, but most of the area is dim
Yeah.
light.
Well, it's good because
And
my armor gives me bonuses in that. So
you
that'll help.
immediately realize that this is a way bigger problem than you thought it was.
Yeah. Which means there's more than one.
Take this guy out with pretty solid, with a good speed. And what would you guys like to do as his corpse begins to float in the water, and the hag has disappeared with her prize? You don't see her.
I will say out into the space directed towards the well. They don't work alone. You still owe me.
Because
I do know that, right? Like, El Buscador knows that the Black Soul Blades never operate alone.
You know that there are probably quite a few of them here.
Yep. And her end of the deal was telling me who the betrayers, like, who has betrayed Muse. And that would be the identification of. And I don't know if this hag would work the same as Toadstool did, but she was very specific in making sure that she never left a deal on.
All hags are different.
Yep,
and
that's what I figured.
Says, I want to give you a choice. I'll fulfill my bargain the way it was, or I can help you save them all. She wouldn't say that, not them all, because I wouldn't want you getting the impression you can save them all. She would say, I can help you save the ones who are about to die. So you're getting a choice to know who the assassins are, or be able to save the ones who are about to die.
I can see the steam.
Brute, do you want to weigh in on that at all with your thoughts?
You know, Cole, your mom seemed pretty cool while she was around.
You would know that El Buscador is very much a the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Knowing the identities of all of the assassins would allow us to get that information into the proper hands to save more people. But he also understands that we have a friend here who is in great need, and the way that this hag is saying this, with the weight of that and how hags work, it's probably somebody important to Muse. But knowing who all of the assassins are means that we can cut the head of the snake off. What would Brute's opinion be? Because I don't want to operate independently from you on that.
No, I know.
Because Brute's very kind-hearted. Brute is very compassionate.
I know, but that's the problem. Brute wants to save them all.
Well, you can always offer the hag more gold. Oh, you still have a canister of soul fluid. You could give that to her. They really like that stuff.
No.
Brute really likes his explodey juice.
As Brute should.
As Brute really should. But what would your opinion be, Brute?
I feel like if we can find out who they're going to attack next, if we can save them, maybe there's a link between them all.
There is. I mean, that is a likely thing, but that's also something we can fail at.
I mean, yeah. But also knowing who it is could make us fail, because what if Muse is the next person? And now we've failed because Muse is dead.
I trust Muse to be able to take care of herself. If somebody wants to kill her, they're going to have to do more than just shove a knife in her neck.
That's fine. I'm not even a factor here.
You really, like, genuinely, like, I feel like I would actually hear Doc's voice in the back of my head, and I would respond out loud in my own head, just going, "You really don't matter here. Like, don't take offense. You're fine. You're fine. No one here cares about you."
I don't have any friends. You know what? Everyone I ever cared about's dead. So, whatever.
I love that I'm bickering
that.
in my head with the thought of Doc. What do you think?
Meanwhile, I'm not actually bickering about that. Just in my head, I'm just reliving the fact that everyone I love is dead.
Save those who are about to die, or figure out who the assassins are.
My vote is for figuring out who the assassins are. All right, is that what you say?
Sure. Yeah, and I'm still taking the body back.
Brute's doing what?
The body that's floating there.
The
He wants
elephant?
evidence.
All right.
Taking it with.
It's still dressed in Duder's clothes, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll take the trident too, because that's
Why not?
helpful.
Now you have a different
Right.
credit.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a credit card. Yeah, the identities of the assassins.
Okay, so you guys, you cleared them up quickly. Make dexterity checks for swimming back quickly across town.
Sorry. Brute, carry me.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice, Brute. Not so nice.
14's not awful. I'll end up using my feline agility and whatnot as much as I can.
Okay.
So.
Yep. So you're dragging it a little bit, Buscador. Not terrible, but enough. In the throne room, the coronation is set. The clerics have arrived. Muse, you are blessed and crowned. You are now the queen of the merfolk. The people will await your choice in king, but until that time, the crowd raises goblets in your name, and you are given one by the high priest and asked to drink.
I see.
Can I
What?
burst through the door?
You guys would have told me to be warned of poison, right? That was a.
Oh yes, that is the one thing that we were told is beware of poison.
Yeah.
Now, if I wanted to be a rude DM,
I
you
didn't tell him.
never.
No.
But I'm not a rude.
But I
yeah.
figured that would be you would have
No.
probably recounted what.
Yes,
the-
you did ask what the hag said, and you said I tell her about the betrayal and
Yep.
blah blah blah.
Well, that's really funny. Tony, actually forgot about that. I think it's great that Cole remembered, but
So
like when you said I could be a rude DM, I was all in. I'm like, do it.
Yep. You would have been made aware. Oh, Kit froze.
Yeah, he does that. On the plus side, we see Marin.
Yep.
He gets stuck in some of the dumbest faces.
What would I do here?
So far, you've shown that you're a remarkably wise person. Sorry, that wasn't meant to be as offensive as it was.
I would accidentally spill.
Wait.
I would pretend to accidentally spill it.
Make a performance check.
Thank you, Mike. Yes.
Performance.
How do you do that?
Snipping tool.
What is that?
It's a Windows tool. It basically allows you to draw an area and take a screenshot of it.
I don't know.
It's not as high as when I was a bard. Here we go. Hey.
Pretty great.
Oh,
So you knowing the whole poison thing, and you didn't think about it until you got to this moment, and you're like, oh, I gotta drink that. I gotta drink that. And so you start to shake, and some of it's like legit. You're like, what am I gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna do this. And you go to grab it, and you just blah. And it just splashes like right back up on the priest, and he's all like, oh. And
Kit's also typing in chat, by the way.
Yep.
About the disease or poison if he's able to interject.
I knew he wasn't gonna have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But that would definitely not be allowed as an outsider. Muse could designate somebody else to do so, but not Kit. And so the priest is like, and so he catches the chalice and it's empty, and he passes it back to you, and he's like, just pretend.
We're underwater. How do you drink out of a cup underwater?
It's very dense. It's very
I
dense.
wouldn't worry about
Oh,
it.
Yeah,
it's like pudding.
Yeah, their stuff is more like syrupy. It's
Alright,
got a
what-
different consistency than water.
What happened while it's gone?
Nothing yet.
Cole's
But
dead.
Muse fake spilled the poison or the goblet on the priest just in case it was poison, and then pretended to drink it after the recovery event happened, and so you guys have all consumed. The cheers have gone up. Everybody is excited. They are all hailing Muse the Queen, and El Buscador and Brute come running into the room
With a
and
dead body.
with a dead body. Of
Hold on. We have a bag of holding, right? Can I get in there? Is that
I don't
okay?
even remember what's in there,
Now-
but knowing you guys, no, because it's full of crap.
Hold on. Octopus can fit in very small spaces.
We did take that massive cheese wheel out of there, so there's at least cheese wheel room in there.
Cheese and there's no torpedo.
What
It
did
was not a
Valker-
cheese wheel. It was a wheel of fish.
fish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fish wheel. All right.
Right. Valker had something in there though. Valker was keeping something in there that made it so we couldn't put other things in there, but I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember what it was either, but the fish did come out afterwards, so you have at least enough space to shove the mind flayer. Maybe his feet are sticking out of the top of the bag as you're running down.
We're underwater. It's totally his tentacles, so it just looks like a squid
His tail.
in a bag.
Oh,
You say his tail? Mind flayers have tails now? This is awful.
I was thinking he was still in Celigus form.
Oh yeah.
So you bust into the room. Everybody is right in the middle of drinking a whole bunch of wine or whatever,
Yeah.
some sort of wine that the
They're
mer
drinking the
people-
Kool-Aid. How many people are drinking the Kool-Aid?
There's like 200 people in this room.
All drinking Kool-Aid?
Yep.
Oops.
Spit it out.
Oh, I didn't know it was going to be that many. Like El Buscador just probably says that out loud as he comes through the door. He's like, I didn't realize it was going to be that many.
See, he was thinking the
Oh.
few, but not like the many.
Yeah, I was picturing like the king and queen, and I was not okay with that, but I was more okay with that. I didn't think it was
Yeah, what
going to
about
literally be everybody. Oh well, I mean, without nobles, the ruling class becomes the normal class, right? Is that how that works? That's not how that works. Eat
Probably.
the rich. Oh, okay.
Can I just feel?
Yeah, Brute comes in and just is hollering, "Stop! Stop drinking now!" And everybody's just kind of like cup like half in their mouths. They all kind of turn and look at the door.
Yeah. Is the priest one of them?
This is a priest one of what?
The assassins.
I'm gonna get to that in
Oh,
just a
okay.
How would you know the name?
Well, I would if we knew who they were. If we knew who they were and we knew that the chief priest was one.
I don't think you'd have known the chief priest's name
No.
unless it was labeled on there as like chief priest. Yeah, like their station
Priest Bob.
is included. in there.
I mean, I guess. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Did we get pictures? What did we get?
No. Yeah, I was picturing dossier files on these guys with snapshots and their kittens' names.
So what you guys got was
Yeah.
from the hag was a small pearl, and she told you to crush it in the presence of the assassins.
What? How are we gonna do that when we don't know who they are? You make terrible deals, Buscador.
Bro, they're hags, man. They're awful creatures that never actually do what they say they're gonna do. I'm
Wait.
bald.
This whole town's here, right? Because we even have all.
All of the nobility is here.
Right. Well, and a bunch of the townsfolk were let in as well.
Yeah, well, they're more in the back. You guys would have pressed your way through them. I'm not going to cheat you on this. Basically, crush this pearl, and you're going to get assassin vision for an extended amount of time.
So yeah, rushing in there, we'll figure it out.
Assassin feature, assassin vision.
So you rush in, and everybody's staring at you. And Brute takes this pearl and just smashes it in his hand. And as he does, like this pulsing wave of magic goes out from him, and you watch as multiple people in the room lose their disguises from merfolk and turn into assassins.
Assassins.
Everybody from a servant waiting in the wings to, unfortunately, Muse's father. And
Sorry, 'cause
several
your dad was also pretty cool.
several other
My
around.
dad.
Your dad was also pretty cool. Elaborating on the fact that earlier I said your mom was pretty cool.
Shortly thereafter, everybody else starts to get violently ill, except Doc and Muse, who should all now roll initiative.
So dang, that's crazy. So the priest wasn't one.
Was not one.
Hey, that's good to know.
Oh, I should have added my things. I'm not used to rolling on the.
No, that's all good.
You good? You good?
What are we going to add to that?
Mine it's +8, so I'm a 17.
That's a
Nice.
shame. If I had one more level, I pretty much have healing hands. Could
Oh,
add
one more
some
level, and I stop failing at checks.
Super gross.
I will say you would probably have El Buscador's speech, so you can all already stuck Muses in. You can give yourself 21 temporary hit points, and you have all of your resources back because you had a long rest.
That's not El Buscador. That's Jeffrey.
Oh,
10 hit
that's
points.
right. That's not.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never mind. I'm taking them all away now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. So multiple assassins have revealed themselves around the room. They're all looking at each other, and they realize what has happened. The jig is up, and Buscador, you're up.
Yeah. Am I near one of these individuals?
I thought I already shared the map. I did not.
Negative.
There it
Ooh,
is.
That's a good amount.
Thanks, boss. Oh, that is a lot.
Muse, why are you
Dang.
so big?
It's a healthy amount of.
Because Muse's token is square. It's her portrait. Because I'd never fished out the Muse token.
Oh, resize my map real quick. Make sure it's working there.
I never
It's working
realized
there.
what Doc's token looked like. I was like, "Who's that?"
All the
It was-
assassins are revealed, and you've got your Jim Carrey. All right.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Start hitting.
I am at disadvantage here. And that sucks. I'm just gonna walk up to this one and go to shake his hand like nothing's going wrong. And as I do that, what?
Long live the queen.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go out with the right hand to shake his hand, and with my left hand, I'm just gonna put the wand of magic missiles in his stomach and unload the whole thing.
Nice. That is assassin 8. So
Yep.
give me some damage.
And then I'll say, Brute, I need you next to somebody.
21
That-
points of
That's
force
not right. I
damage.
clicked the wrong one. I need how many more? I need 3d4 plus 3 more. Boop. That's not a d4. What the heck?
Not even close.
That's
It's
twice a
not-
d4.
I know. So I add 10 more. So 25. I don't know if that
20.
makes a difference or not.
Okay.
And
31
opponent-
actually. But it does not make the end of the difference. All right. So
All
he
right.
takes all of the magic straight into his gut. He's like, "Boop."
Yeah, hi. Sorry. Sorry. And then I don't have any bonus action items, so I'll just keep holding his hand, shaking his hand. If he took it. I don't know if he actually took it or
No,
not, but
he didn't take it. He
I
knows the
figured.
jig is up.
Yep.
So he
Oh, and I'll move
Cannot
back by
get
Brute.
sneak-
Sorry.
Okay. All right, then he's going to swim straight forward towards Brute and make an attack roll. That is an 8, so I'm guessing he's not going to hit you, but he's going to come after you with his offhand. That's a 23.
That one will.
Boom. And then I will need a Constitution save, Brute.
Con.
Very nice. So you'll take half of 21 points of poison damage as he stabs you in the gut. You do not get slowed and only take 10 points of damage.
Nice.
Assassin 5, where's he at?
Hold on. So 21 and 10.
10. Nope, just 10 because it's halved.
Got it.
Where's 5? 4, 7, 5. There he is. He's going to swim over behind El. Actually, no, he's going to go over here and go after Brute because now he has advantage. Or yeah, somebody in range of him, so he might get sneak attack. 13 will not hit Brute, and 10 will not hit Brute. Brute, you're up,
Now I'm mad.
as you should be.
So where's my rage effect? There it is.
Get it.
Who are you? Is that way? Oh, it does work that way. Cool. That hits.
You'll be
Eat that.
okay, Marin.
Tony said it'd be okay, Martin.
Huh?
Tony said it'd be okay, Martin.
I know. Sorry.
Oh, there.
Oh, nice Brute.
I tried outrunning.
Is it a giant?
I know.
It is not a giant. Crystal, make a save for it. Make a D20 check for me.
Just a regular D20 roll.
Yep.
13. Oh, I was right.
This is something new I'm going to play with doing. If you put somebody to within 1 hit point of their total, and you do more than a third of their hit points worth of damage in a round, I am going to kill them. So you do put this guy to the ground.
Nice.
All right.
Is that
She
just
said if you whack him really hard and you come really close,
You get to get him. I won't leave him hanging on 1 hit point. Although it is always funny when the next round comes around, you're like, oh, 1 hit point left. So, but
It genuinely is.
I
I
mean,
just feel like if somebody does a good amount of damage to him and gets them there, they should get the kill.
I have like a wiggle room that I
Yeah.
use.
A little bit of a wiggle room. Basically, you've given this guy a massive system shock and he just couldn't handle it. So, Doc,
Almost-
you're up.
let's see here. I'm going to use my bonus action to make myself covered in a cloud of poison. That gives attackers
add more
at
poison.
range disadvantage against me. And then I will go to a 7, and I will hit him.
Don't forget you're in a crowd of people.
They're already
They're
dying. It's
on
fine.
the floor, and you can swim above them because this
Okay.
is a 3-dimensional space except for the floor.
They're already dying, and frankly, Doc doesn't really care about their lives that much. So
rude. He doesn't. Well, I mean, that's fair. He doesn't care about us either, because he often comes right by us.
Yep.
Make your attacks, buddy.
on it. I clicked. Did it click?
It
I
did.
see you clicking.
It's targeted him.
It did do it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's I don't know. I can't see it, so I don't know what I rolled or anything.
Oh, that part I don't.
I'll
Didn't show
reload
up
problems.
says that you've got him targeted.
There we go.
That's it. Good old thwack staff.
Yeah. 2.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. And then I will flurry of blows. Is it 5 over?
That's 5 over for sure. Yeah.
All right. I just gotta remember how you change the centimeters just a little bit.
Just allow you to use it if you roll 5 over their AC.
Yeah,
So,
I believe he takes it's a DC 15 con save, or he becomes poisoned,
which he will fail.
which he will fail. Then I will hit with my claws, and it will also add the poison damage on that one, which you partially resisted.
They
And then I will
have poison resistance.
hit him again. He's already poisoned. And then I will pass my turn.
Nice. So you lay it on heavy onto that guy, and then he will take his turn later too. 2 is going to come over here towards Muse, and you do hear them yelling, "Kill the queen!"
So
What? Well, so Muse or Queen?
I don't know. Muse does 15 hit you. What's your AC? I don't remember.
It doesn't hit me. I think it's in. Let me check.
Actually, I could check that too.
Uh,
19. Yeah, I didn't even get close.
Yeah.
And the offhand
you have
is
a better AC than I do.
17. So he's going to miss you with both of his attacks, and it is now your turn.
So I'm gonna move my steel defender next to the queen.
I think you would know that they mean you
Oh yeah.
because you're not dying, and everybody else is.
Yeah.
Including Mom.
Okay.
And here I
Forgot I was the queen.
It's new. It's new to me. But your mother would be just
okay.
kitty corner to where your father would be, so your mom would be laying right there.
Then I'll just move my I'll just keep my steel defender. Wait, hold on. How's this worded? It depending on how this is worded. Which is how does it do this? Where's that ability? I don't know. It's like disadvantage within 5 feet of me. It's fine.
It imposes disadvantage when a creature makes an attack roll against you. That's the deflect attack.
I'm going to use my action to cast Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
Which creates. Oh, why can't I click anymore? There we go. Aura of Vitality. Yep, concentration. I can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the aura to the aura regain 2d6 hit points. I'm basically going to be using this to try and extend the life of people who are poisoned. Is
Okay.
my idea.
Yeah.
As best I can, and
Okay.
just in hopes that I can find some way to deal with it. So that's
Sure.
So I'd be pumping.
How big's the aura?
30 feet.
Oh, that's big
30
aura. All right.
30-foot radius. So it's actually like 60 feet across.
That's massive. That's most of this area.
But I can only give 2d6 hit points on one creature in the aura. So I guess I'll pick the queen right off the bat, and I'm just trying to pump healing. Or the old
Okay. Yeah, that is the entire battle map. So
You can call her your mom.
bonus actions?
Bonus action. Let's see. Steel Defender.
You can use your bonus action to make it do something.
Yeah, take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action. Oh wait, another action?
It can attack on its turn, and then you can make it attack again.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
With your bonus action.
Cool, yeah.
You were doing that last time we played because you were using its action to give you the help, and then it's your bonus action to have it attack.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have bonus action it attack.
Okay.
So that is. Gosh.
Do you still have that up, or do you need me to reshare that with you?
I don't know where it is anymore.
I just have to drag it onto
his portrait. Yep.
Did that work?
What should I look for?
It should just pop up on his screen.
I don't.
I'm guessing it's another character sheet that should pop up on
An
your screen.
NPC character block.
I don't see it.
Yeah. If you
Okay,
drag
let me
the
try again.
Shield.
I tried sharing it from the combat tracker.
Oh.
Did that? Oh no.
I mean, I see it on the combat tracker. If that's what you mean.
How about that?
You got to drag the shield over. I don't know where you.
Adding them to the combat tracker. That's really funny.
Yeah.
And you can't
It
click
is-
the little shield
What?
No.
I don't know what little shield I'm supposed to click.
in the combat tracker. Let's say
Uh,
no. Hmm.
No, it's the shield. So if you have the stat block open, you take the
I don't.
little shield from the stat block and you drag it to his portrait in the upper left, not in the combat tracker.
So I got to have the stat block open.
Yep. You grab the shield from there.
It just keeps adding it to the combat.
If you drag it onto his portrait up
Yep.
in the upper
It adds
left,
to the combat.
that's bizarre.
But it worked last time. I know it did.
Yeah, that's what's let's see, can I that's not right. Share screen.
unable to create. I clicked the shield in the Steel Defender feature, but it says unable to create window with data source.
That's weird.
Oh, it's because he doesn't have it
Well,
open.
it has
I am. I'm actually doing
'Cause if
pretty
it
you-
has a +6 to attack. +7 to attack, sorry.
Plus
If I
7 to
do
attack.
this, root. Did that open something on your screen?
A watch stream.
Did I just open something in your screen?
So
Cool. I lied. It's actually higher than that because it's +7 plus your proficiency.
yeah, what's our proficiency at?
I think 4,
Is it 4?
3 or 4.
So
It's
16.
4. Yep. So you definitely would have hit.
Okay,
Then
so
it is 1d8 plus 10.
so 1d8 plus 10. That's 15. And then I'm actually going to use my Arcane Jolt and heal another 2d6 hit points to something within 30 feet of this target, which I already did my mom, so who else is here?
The high priest is here. There are 2 other priests nearby on the platform that assisted in the ceremony, and then there's a smattering of nobles and the generals here.
But my sisters aren't here.
Your little sisters are here as well. The 3 that were they are here.
And they were all drinking as well.
Mhm.
Everyone drank, right?
Everyone did.
And I'll put it onto one of my sisters.
Okay. All right.
And then now it makes its turn, right? With a +8. So it's attacking same one again. Oh,
Ooh,
that one.
that's tough.
Do I roll again, right?
Not for that.
Not for those. Okay. And that will end my turn. I don't really feel like moving.
Okay.
And taking
All
an attack of opportunity.
So 3 slides over towards you. And that's a 10, and that will miss. Oh gosh, that's a nat 1. My rolls are terrible today. So he recovers. 6 is going to take his 2 attacks at you. That one is going to hit. So you're going to take.
I'm gonna cast shield.
Okay.
Nice.
That was then. Nice. And shield is still up, and so he will miss you with his second attack. 1. Where's 1? 1 is here. So he is also going to close in on Muse. Yep. But you still have shield up till your next turn.
So they have to hit a 24.
That's another nat 1 and a recovery.
Dang, dude.
Well, the other roll was a 23, which was really good, but not enough. Assassin 4 is
Shield when you have armor is pretty powerful.
Yes.
Yes, my fighter agrees.
Oh no! Get out of here!
That one's a nat 20. That one is gonna get you.
I'm gonna impose disadvantage with my field.
So
That's
awesome.
funny.
And he will miss you then. All right. So that Steel Defender's not the combat tracker. Number 7 is engaged with Doc, so he is not going to leave. 2 attacks at Doc, 14 and 25.
25 hits.
And you're immune to poison, so I don't need to roll that. And you will take 9 points of stabby stab damage.
Yay.
I'll boost you.
Oh,
See
hi.
Mute is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Rough spot here, yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you should have saved the
They should.
And as soon as he tries to walk away, it's just no.
Yeah. I'm gonna offhand attack this jerk next to me. That'll be a 1. That's good. But I'm just gonna, because I took an attack at him, I'll move away. And then 19. I don't know if that does anything special. I doubt it does.
If you nat 20, then you hit
That's
on a
what it was.
recovery.
Okay.
19 is.
I'm going to attack number 6 up here with my crossbow.
You still have 5 targeted.
I do, thank you.
Good spot.
Yeah, good spot. 22 will hit. And see if I can pop one. Nope. That'll be my turn.
All right. So 5. Is that one of the ones on Muse? Or is 5 the one with Brute? 5's the one fighting with Brute.
Yeah.
He is going to take his attacks at Brute because he is engaged and doesn't want to risk getting smushed by the giant furbog that just smushed his friend. That will be a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Need a con save, Crystal. That'll definitely do. So you'll take 5 points of slashing damage that is already halved, and 14 points of poison damage. Oh, you take full poison damage, don't you? No, you don't. You're the barb that's resist to everything.
Currently, yes. I also
14.
don't have psychic problems.
14 poison damage then. And then it is your turn.
Well, it's so nice of you to, be so close. She's not really my queen, but that'll do it. Take that. Try it again. Oh, that hits you too. And some more damage.
Do it. Make some smushing happen.
Smush
See,
time.
because it kills him completely. Sad day. That's what I got.
No.
Man.
He is not dead, but he has been smooshed. Doc, you're up.
All right then. Friend, Assassin 7, look at you. Looking beautiful. Sadly, though, your poison is garbage. My poison is great. You suck.
That was spectacular.
But Assassin, you're kind of garbage. I will make a whack. I will hit. It didn't kill him. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm going to run over here because I have mobile and I can do that.
Yep.
I'm going to take another crack at Assassin 4. Am I? Oh, I could have done that smarter. I will. I will take a crack at Assassin 4. Not talking 7. Actually, I could have done that smarter. What I should do.
Well, yeah, it's still your move. Would you rather do something?
What I should do is I should try and hit him one more time and see if I can kill him. No kill. All right, I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Dude,
hold
on.
It's a dart. What's wrong?
Let me do some quick math.
Yeah.
Roll a d20. Beat me. I got a 5. You can do this.
I got a 13.
That's 2 you guys killed this way.
Yeah, with a 13, no less.
Well, I rolled a 5. All you got to do is beat him.
I just
You
beat
can
him with a 13. Okay. Then I will go over to 4.
Okay.
And I will.
So you give that guy 2 whacks across the jaw with your staff and shove him off to the side, and he dies on the floor.
This guy gets a whack.
I missed.
Oh,
Mm,
this guy does not get a whack.
Another whack.
That's twice
God.
today.
Terrible. You guys.
Did you get declawed somewhere in there?
I don't
Think
have
so.
claws. I don't actually
Okay,
have
you
claws.
will
They're just-
unfortunately have disadvantage on your next turn.
Do I?
That's 2 1s in a row, pal.
That's fine.
Mm.
On every attack my next turn? Or the first attack?
Yep.
Okay.
Full round next. Assassin 2. Where's he at? He is. Oh, they're all focused on Muse. It has not been Muse's turn yet, so your shield is still up.
Yep.
18 will miss. 17 will miss. Muse, you're up.
I'm up.
Yep.
If only we
Okay.
had some sort of fireball.
I'm going to cast Blink.
Okay. I never
Um,
remember how this spell works.
I have to roll a 10 or above at the end of my turn, and then I go into the ethereal plane until my next turn starts.
Okay.
Does that get rid of your healing thing?
I realize my healing aura is pretty useless in this situation because I can actually spend my bonus action to use my Steel Defender to attack and then also deal healing when I do that. So it's literally better to do it that way than use the Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So Blink, I'm gonna then bonus action, Steel Defender attack, weakest assassin that is within range.
That's going to be number 6. That's the one you were pounding on last round.
And then attacking. Nice.
Nah, don't familiar with it.
And how much damage did you say it was?
Steel Defender, 1d8 plus 10.
1d8 plus 10. Okay.
Yep.
8 plus 10. Ooh. So 16, and then I'm gonna put another thing of healing into the next sister
Okay.
with my Arcane Jolt. That's my third use of Arcane Jolt so far. And then
Where's Wrinkle?
He's on the boat.
now I
we
roll.
forgot to bring him.
If I get above a 10, I'm gonna just disappear basically
Great.
into the ethereal plane.
Oh,
That's so disappointing.
that's so disappointing. All right.
And now my Steel Defender goes. It's going to attack number 6 again. Which here 16.
I don't know if that hits them or not. Hold on, let me pop their AC up. Yep, it does.
Okay.
Just barely gets them.
Oh, I see. They've got lighter on there.
They're not wearing their normal heavier armors because they were all. They're wearing what they were wearing at the ceremony.
I see. They were wearing like decorative armor and stuff like that. Okay, so
They thought they were good.
Sneaky close.
10 and then D8. D8 plus 10. So 15, and then I'm gonna do my next Aura of Vitality. Or let me make sure I don't have a limit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna use not Aura of Vitality, Arcane Jolt to heal 2d6 on the next sister.
Okay.
And that is my 4th use, and so I've only got one more use of Arcane Jolt.
Your family is now all safe because you used your vitality on mom and then 3 jolts on your sisters. So they're all good.
Don't I have more sisters?
One of them, you had 7 sisters. 1 died. 2 are off at war. 3 were.
Now I can just start healing other people.
Yep.
Randos.
Basically. Yeah, that's my whole thing.
That is another nat 1 for me with a recovery.
Boy.
Offhand attack. Muse, you're going to get hit. Do you have a first level to blow on shield again?
Yes, I do. Shield.
Okay.
Shield is.
Shield goes up. And so these guys just start hacking
At
at
the
me.
beginning of Assassin, unless they're immune to poison, 1 in 4 will have to make con saving throws.
Okay, I'll do that
one.
when I am done here.
She
Yeah.
blinked, so she's actually there.
it is extraordinarily impressive just how awesomely Muse is fending off all of these attacks. Like slash after slash of these professionally trained assassins are just not landing on her as this magic shield just deflects them off, or she steps out of the way, or she blocks them with her viola, and or
Or
the
my
shield.
trident.
And oh yeah, or your queen's trident that you're spinning around. And she is definitely keeping herself up and moving through this maze of blades. El Buscador, you're up.
Cole, maybe this is just the way I would picture it because of the way you've explained her. Does her shield make a comical noise when people hit it?
Boom, boom,
Good.
boom, boom.
Just video game bleeps and bloops.
Yep. That's definitely what I picture.
Very
it
like Smash
being-
Brothers shield.
Oh yeah.
I'm just
Brute,
shining.
I'm gonna try and get this one off you so you can go join the fun up here.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Oh, bye, buddy.
That guy's got no.
That's
fun to watch.
I still only exceeded by 19 though. So
He had less damage than I thought, but
yeah.
still that's a lot.
I'll just be like, Brute, go help. And I'm not hurt. I only have a bonus action. Can't help anybody, so that'll be that.
Brute?
Brute's gonna head up over here. I'll go there so I can get one. Hello, buddy. I'm gonna hit you and take that damage, and then I'm gonna hit you again, and then you take that damage.
Nice, Brute.
Very nice.
Don't hit the queen.
Don't hit the queen. All right. Doc.
Well, all right. Well,
You haven't talked to him in a while.
no, that is true. Oh, lots of Muse backstory, you know. I'm going to try to hit with. I should have hit disadvantage. It would be 13. Does a 21?
13 will still hit, so you're good.
Okay. Yes, very wounded.
Very wounded, much wounding.
Much wounding. Oh, that's a double 2 that time. That's not a double 1. Very important.
Much better than the double 1.
All right. Flurry of blows.
Do it.
I'm gonna hit this guy with the. So I still disadvantage. You're being 18 instead of 20. Oh crap! It's gonna double it, but so.
I can give him 6 hit points back. Not a problem.
Okay. And I will attempt to stunning strike.
Okay. Oh, that's. Yeah, that guy is stunned.
Okay. Then my second one will actually go towards Assassin 1, and I want to see if I can attempt to stun him as well to
Nice.
get some of the load off of Muse. If I can hit him. Let's see.
That'll do.
All right.
And I got to make a save and throw.
Save and throw.
Oh, that's a 3 on the dice. So, yeah, you have stunned him as well. So that is
Also,
definitely
1 and 4. I don't know if you rolled to see if they were poisoned.
I did not. 1 will be, 4 will not be.
Okay, so 1 will also take 2 poison damage. Probably have the 1.
It would be.
Okay.
Nice round though. 2 stunned players or enemies on the field. That's solid. So Assassin 2 continues to. Oh gosh, that is another nat 1 for me.
I'm just trying to make up for
We're
my
even
lack
now.
of AoE with a little bit of helping.
Is that another nat 1?
Mm-hmm. Like my recovery was an 8, and then my next attack was a nat 1.
So then
Oh.
since Assassin 2 is attacking Muse, do I get
That's harsh. And I'm sorry,
was the
Crystal.
question?
What was that? I was like lamenting all of my this.
No, since Assassin 2 is attacking Muse, which is not me, and this guy's within 5 feet of me, do I get to
Do it. Smack him. Do it. Do it. Do it.
smack him? Not too
Those numbers are awful, my dude.
I know, man. It's terrible. It's been that way all day for me and for you guys.
I
You
was gonna
guys
say,
are
All right,
back.
it's really been kind of back and forth. There've been some highs and there've been
Mhm.
some lows.
Yeah.
I
So
rolled
two
nat ones in a row at one point.
2 gets thumped for another 15 points of damage as he attempts to attack Muse, and Brute is having none of that. Leave the queen alone.
I said no.
To Muse.
I am going to. I want to attack with my trident as an action.
Do it. You are proficient with that as
Do I
being.
get anything extra since this is like the royal trident?
This is a +3 weapon, and you can use a spell slot to smite with it.
Cool.
Ground
1d8,
smiting.
1d8 per level of spell slot you burn.
I see. Okay.
Wrath of the Queen.
That's a good name for it.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna attack at I'm gonna attack Assassin 3. I think my extra Okay, so I do have 2 attacks. Oh, I forgot. Ooh. Ooh boy.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. I'm attacking Assassin 3, and I'm gonna smite on this one. I have a just inkling
Yeah,
that
you
it
should. You definitely should.
So I'll spend a second level spell slot on the smite. Let's see. What do I? How much damage does it do? I don't have it.
It is a 1d10 weapon because you don't use a shield, so I imagine you're using it two-handed.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
using it.
Yep. So it's 1d10 +3, and then it will be plus your dex mod, as your people are proficient enough with this to use dex or strength.
Okay.
That'll be your
my dex mod is
damage.
3.
Yep. And then smite is
Ooh,
1d8 per
internet.
level.
Can't hear you guys.
You can't hear us?
Ooh. No, my internet was getting fuzzy, but I
Oh.
hear you again.
Okay.
So that's 10, and then my smite, I'm using second level, so 2d8. I like to just double. That's cool by you, right? It's
That is
whatever
cool
you
by
do.
me. Yep. So that is going to be 20.
But then there's going to be another 3 for my dexterity, but that's not doubled.
No, that's not. That is going to be, so that'll be 26 points of damage then that you whack this guy for.
Wait, it should be more than that, right? Yeah.
'Cause
Like
it's
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 40.
yeah.
Yeah, 52 points of damage because it's my bad.
Okay, cool.
You are right. And that was at Assassin. Which one?
3. Because I'd already been hitting 6 and I was planning
Yeah.
on doing really good.
All right, that guy looks really taken aback by what you just brought down upon him as as you stab forward with the trident, like you hear the water erupt around it, and it kind of implodes upon him when you smite him, and he just crumples a bit as it just collapses and breaks some of his bones and gives him minor fractures, and he is definitely hurt badly by what you just did to him.
Are we proficiency? Yeah, we are proficiency 4. Okay. So
Yep.
I'm making my second attack at him.
That'll hit him.
Okay. A smite on this one. But it's a 1d10 plus my dex, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's 8.
It'd actually be 11 because the weapon is +3, so it's still
okay. Then yeah, 11 damage there.
okay.
Does that take him down?
It does not put him down, but he's pretty busted up.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action. Have my Steel Defender attack Assassin 6. So it's making its bonus action attack, which is +8, right? Yeah. Here. That should hit. And it deals 1d8, right?
Yep.
Plus 10.
Plus 10. So
Uh,
12 damage. That is enough to kill 6.
Okay. I'm going to roll to see if I blink, which I don't. Dang. And then my Steel Defender is going to attack Assassin 3,
All right.
which is also at 8. Okay. Pretty good. And then so that's going to be 1d8 plus 10, which is 15 to Assassin 3.
That is his hit points exactly, so it is enough to knock him to the ground dying. So Muse just begins to clean house.
Yeah.
Next two guys are stunned, so it is the top of the initiative round.
As the round of healing as well from my Steel Defender, but that's the last of my arcane.
Okay. Do you have anybody in particular you wanted to heal?
The priest, because I feel like they might be good with poison, healing poison.
Yep.
Good call.
So you lance out some more healing at the priest, and at this point in time, you can see the crowd definitely is starting to turn with those who have ingested the poison. They're no longer sick; they are falling unconscious, except for the people that you've pumped healing into. So you feel like you have kept them from passing for at least for now. El Buscador.
That's legit. Number 1 is stunned, correct?
Correct. 1 and 4 are stunned.
I'm gonna come up
Only
here.
number 2 is not stunned, and he is not looking so hot.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up behind number 1 here and just whisper, "You shouldn't have done it," and I'll just slip my rapier just gently between his rib cage.
Very gingerly.
Oh yes.
You'd also have advantage.
I wouldn't though because I have disadvantage.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. But I still get my sneak attack because I have friends here. So, hiya! Oh, take it. And then
he doesn't like it. He doesn't want it.
I'll just give him lean in and I'll just pull the scimitar across his neck. Oh, still hits.
You still get him, not by much, but you still get him.
Oh, he's still alive. Be like, hey, when you wake up from this, just remember the name of Buscador.
All right, Brute.
All right. And then continue to take out number. Oh,
I thought that was the one.
one on my screen. I was like, but nope, that hit. Dead. So sad.
That's the end of that guy.
And then I can move
Bye,
up
buddy.
and use my second attack on this guy.
Yeah.
I really want you to kill steal this guy from El Buscador too.
What?
Because he's stunned.
Oh. Okay, let's see. No, it doesn't matter. It hits no matter what. And oh, that wasn't very good damage, but 16 points of damage.
Okay.
Not done.
You beat on him pretty hard, but he is still
I was
standing.
gonna say it does hit no matter what, but you might have gotten a crit.
Doc, it is your turn. They are stunned, both stunned until the end of your turn.
Either one of them was great.
I will attack.
I will attack as if there was something else.
You know, my new dear stunned friend here.
Hey, you took that.
So close.
It must feel really bad to get assassinated by not assassins as an assassin. I'm so sorry. And they gave you bad poison, and you're losing to a queen that doesn't know what she's doing, and you're just having a rough time.
Hey, you reminded me, but forgot yourself.
I would have had advantage from that, but that's fine. Is that?
You monkey.
It's 21, 5 over.
21 is 5 over.
And I'll try again.
I think that's my favorite thing when we remind each other of things and then immediately forget when we go to do it ourselves.
Yep.
I think
Now,
that's my
if you
favorite
don't
human
mind,
mechanic.
I'm going to let you die to the queen you keep trying to kill, stupid.
And that makes its muse's turn. This one last guy is left. He is hurt pretty bad.
I really want to remove Vicious Mockery from the game and just let people use it if they actually are mocking enough in their killing of somebody to just add some
Alright.
psychic
No.
damage.
That's mean to our friends who aren't good with insults.
All right.
Everybody good
Oh.
with being insulting gets a bonus and they don't.
Do
That's
we have
not
any
fair.
friends that
You're not
aren't good at
charismatic
insults?
enough in real life.
I feel like
Kira.
every she's said some stuff. She's just shy.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
understand.
my assassin friend. I've chosen not to stun you, so that way you have a chance. Okay, try not to mess up again, like we did last time, and all of your failure friends. All right, here you go.
I am going to
I'm actually whispering it to him.
I am going to move the trident forward to lock the neck of the creature and try to force it down and demand that it tells me how to stop the poison.
Make an intimidation check. You know this will have to be very good because these guys are crazy. So
I wouldn't
I
mind
would
it.
think you have advantage, not even just from help, but just from the situation.
Okay.
Oh,
Brute will
Internet.
intimidate.
I just keep whispering insults at it the whole time.
So yes, advantage.
The whole
I
time.
can't quite hear. Okay, everyone came back. What was
me
said?
and-
Yes, you
Mike?
have advantage just because of the entirety of the situation, not necessarily from one help or another.
This is
Intimidation.
intimidation.
This is where you get your 2 ones.
Okay. Yes, that's where I'm looking for. Intimidation. Okay. Oh, nope, not 2. Oh my gosh.
Gosh, Cole, it's like you're new to this program or something.
Like I've never used.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Get
out.
Get,
Get out.
So many. So
Clutch
he
D20s.
puts his hands up and he kind of does this thing where he points towards his vest and he goes in and he pulls out a vial of blue poison and he says, "Your people know it best." Then he downs it.
Oh no.
I can't hear you guys.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Can I heal him?
Can you hear me? Hear me? Yes, no.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, we're talking
Yeah.
about
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Can you hear us clearly again now, though?
Yes.
Okay. He reaches into his vest and he pulls out a small blue vial of poison and said, "Your people know it best." And then he took it.
Okay.
You make a history check
History check.
or Arcana, whichever,
Whichever.
or Nature, or either of those three, because it would qualify as all three of these.
We've got. Oh, I'm proficient in history. Okay, I'm gonna cast guidance on myself.
Okay, that's just definitely something you can do.
And I'll roll history.
Puffer poison.
Oh, that's really good. You recognize it immediately. It's deep eel poison, which is a species of eel that live not all over the place down here this far down. It's not so much poisonous in the sense that it gives you disadvantage, but it starts to eat you from the inside out.
Mhm.
So forestalling damage is how you fix this problem.
So wait, just stalling damage? Like
Keeping them from taking ongoing damage is how you save people from this poison.
I see.
Right. Healing
They
them
need
or
rapid
otherwise.
healing or they'll die from internal bleeding.
Okay, I would immediately tell the entire group everything I know.
So there is not a lot of healing power in this group. I know Doc has some.
Healing
Yeah.
potions.
Do we have potions we're willing to spend?
I haven't
I mean,
spent any of my potions.
I have 2
used
strong ones, but I don't have any small ones. Brute wanted to buy a bunch of potions,
I don't
but we
need
never
small
had our
ones.
shopping montage. So
I would say, Brute, you guys definitely could have bought a bunch of potions. That's not a problem.
Well,
Yeah.
I already
got-
have minors on me.
How
I've
many?
got 2 standards.
Okay.
minors on me from, just me.
Hoarding
Anybody got med kits?
Um,
Wrinkle
No.
was the one that used that, and we left him on the boat.
Yep.
I'm proficient with an herbalism kit, but that's about it.
Would that help? That actually could be relevant here. If
You could make a check with the herbalism kit on one of them as you feed them some herbs that you know are good for stalling poison, coagulating blood, that type of stuff.
I don't want this guy to get away with that crap. I want to use a key point and heal him a little bit.
I'm really good at. Are you healing the bad guy?
You do have an unconscious one that Muse knocked out.
Oh,
right.
okay. Let him
Yeah.
die. He's fine. I don't care about him.
So I
I
would
want to go
probably
take the poison out of the unconscious one's jacket.
Hey, Kit, you beat me to it. I'm gonna rifle through the other guys. I'm collecting that poison.
People are dying, and you guys are like loot the bodies.
The
So-
only thing I'm good for is stabbing people.
I did say,
All right. Before I
Right, Crystal.
do that, I have
Kit,
I
shut
have
up.
three more-
Here's Crystal talk. Crystal gets to talk. What do you need, Crystal?
I would try to find out who in like his royal party has the
Mhm.
ability to maybe mass heal, because I can't,
Yep.
and that's who I pump them into so that we can try to save as much of this crowd as we can.
Good call. So you start dumping healing potions into the high priest, who rolls over and starts casting large heals. He focuses first on his 2 acolytes, who then assist him. And let's see, you got to round 3. Cool. Dump some heals in. Good call.
How
You
far away is
managed-
Whiskers?
Whiskers, he's outside, unfortunately.
I was gonna say I will go get him, bruh.
Although I would say if Muse would have wanted to, she could have had him brought in. It would have been highly irregular, but
I mean, I assumed that there was a crowd, right? There was a crowd of citizens.
there were a crowd of citizens, but only the nobility would have taken part in the drinking
Yeah,
ceremony.
I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have invited him into the ceremony. I figured he'd be watching.
Yeah, he was definitely watching. So he's not dying. He's hanging out.
But he's a
He would
shopkeeper.
probably actually have a couple on him and use them on people.
That was what I was fishing for.
Yep.
Because you said he's a shopkeeper, so I figured maybe. Yeah,
He's got
I
all
did,
sorts of buffs. He's
I
got
did say
stuff.
fishing on purpose.
So, Muse, you and your team managed to stabilize and save a good 85% of the people who were affected by the poison before it runs dry. There were a few who were elderly and infirm that it just took real fast. But anybody
couple
who
of
is
people
at
who
least
Muse didn't
somewhat
like.
healthy is stabilized, and as they come to, the awe and inspiration of what you just managed to do and accomplish is very evident among the people, particularly the general and your mother. Your mom isn't nearly as worried looking as she was before. However, she is really heartbroken that your father is not here and has been an assassin for a really long time, or who knows how long, but she assumes a while.
I would look at her. You don't know for sure that all these people are dead.
Actually,
Uh,
the daggers don't work if your target. Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
So Albuscador genuinely didn't know if you knew, so I feel like he would have trying to
Yeah.
Sure.
make
then
sure
pick
you're not
them up
lying to
and-
yourself, and then immediately go, oh,
Yeah. All right, that's fine. It's
my tail
probably-
is literally between my legs.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Okay. Well, I'm sure he's passed peacefully. Okay, everything's good.
She
Better
just
than
puts
it could
her
have
hand on
been.
your shoulder and says, "We'll get through this too."
As an aside, your boyfriend was one of the douchebags as well.
I pulled out of the bag.
And he
Wait,
was
so
a mind
like-
flayer. Were the rest of these
like-
guys mind flayers?
No, there were a smattering of other
Oh.
races.
I thought they were mind flayers.
Nope, they are not all mind players. The one he was the only one. Um, there's a couple of drow in particular, a few other elves. The rest are humans.
So are you trying to say that her boyfriend was like just an ass, or was he an assassin?
Both. He was an assassin.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Tough
Kit.
with the
I would like to grab that one vial of poison from the unconscious one before Buscador crams it.
Oh, you can have them all. You're fine. You're the poison smith. I don't play with
Yay.
poisons. I think they're a lesser form of combat.
How many blue poisons do I have?
You would have 7.
Nice.
Lovely.
Is it a common poison?
No, it's not common because Muse's people, for the most part, that is not the way they would handle a problem. But there have been people over the course of time that have used it. It's used by some hunters to take down larger creatures in the water that they wouldn't normally be able to safely take down.
We would know of a topside poison that works very similar from the scorpions and the kren.
Nah, you probably wouldn't know about that.
Oh, we don't.
You might. You probably would. You would know that there's other creatures out there that have this kind of
Yeah.
that the poison has this kind of virility to it, where it's more of a internal acid than it is an actual poison.
I used to know a lot of those things back in
Yeah,
the
as you
day.
were describing it, I pictured it like straight away. I was like, oh man, this is the same thing that happened to Uncle Ancom.
Yep.
Bummer.
Very similar to Reaper scorpion poison.
That's what it was, Reaper.
So I would say after the course of events goes by, things begin to settle down while you guys are in underwater. Muse fully assumes the throne, most of the nobility intact, and now everybody, after having witnessed this second attack on your people, they're on board with ending the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So Muse will have no problem challenging them and leading her people into the final confrontation. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before leaving the underwater realm of the merfolk?
Do we find a scroll on any of them? You had mentioned a scroll. I don't remember where.
In a cutscene?
That was. Okay, never mind.
Yep. So none of them are carrying it.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Muse?
Can we loot their bodies just to make sure that there's nothing else we gotta worry about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there any more?
Yeah. I mean, look at
Daggers.
make sure we look over everything and understand what's actually going on.
Mostly on their bodies, you don't find a whole lot of incriminating stuff. They magically summon their daggers similar to a warlock's hexblade call for the most part. But after they die, you do find them and they become just plain obsidian daggers. There's nothing real special about them. As a matter of fact, being obsidian, they're kind of brittle and they're cool to look at, but fairly worthless as far as combat goes.
More of a spell component.
Yep, they were dressed in garb that would have fit the regalia for the event and not necessarily anything of their own makings. In their rooms, in the various people's rooms and among their private possessions, more stuff would have come to the surface. A scroll case would have been found, and it would basically have said, if the pentad fails, eliminate the Mer Kingdom.
I see.
And so you feel like this plot was probably about to spread, and you have upended it.
Good. Yeah, I guess it depends on, am I staying here or am I going with you guys? And then like for the final battle, like logistically, merfolk, like what do we want to raise the whole city out of the water, or do we want to? I mean, that's what I figured.
The entire thing just floats up as an island.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was imagining. Regardless of whether it happened during the final fight, I wanted that to happen going forward.
Okay.
Like that's what I thought would make sense.
That's cool. I think that is a cool thing to do. I will make the capital city of your kingdom we'll say that the shield works in reverse as well, so it kind of forms a bubble, so it makes a boat, a half dome boat.
A reverse boat.
I want to take the merfolk back to the surface.
Maybe do we want to leave the top of it on too, so that on the surface there is like an aquarium that they live in and they can move out of to go out onto the surface?
Oh, that's what I was imagining when talking about it.
All right.
Yeah, I mean they can't walk. I mean it could just be below the surface, but a big cool dome is way more awesome.
Yeah, I think that's cool. And I think you will probably come to find out that more of your people have the mutation than thought. But because so few of them ever interact with air pockets or land as you would have as a royal when there was the odd time of visiting that would have happened, that more of them would be able to walk than you recalled. Although not all of them. A good chunk of them would be able to, but a piece. And so you set the way for kind of diminishing that thing as being considered a mutation and it being considered more of a blessing.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's legit. Well
And
done.
I think Muse would probably stay with her people.
Probably
Lead
to
the charge.
begin leading the charge. Yeah.
Yeah, into the battle, but we could also still leave Muse on the ship as an NPC as well. But I think this would definitely be the end of the major arcs of her story.
That's legit.
It's a good, solid closing moment. The Queen Muse now reigns. So
Get it, girl.
maybe once in a while. So yeah, to close then, Muse takes the Queen's trident into a chamber down below the palace and slips the prongs into a machine that operates the towers, and the city begins to shake and rise and it begins to float up out of the water, and you guys all get to watch as it breaks the water and it's running down off the side, and the boat and all the crew are there watching the boat come up. They're probably in the wave. They get swept off to the side, and the orcs are just like freaking out because they've seen just another crazy thing that they never expected to see. They've just completely lost
The whole city.
Yep. And I would say just in time before that happens, you get a visit from a friend, and Tursin has made her way back to your city before you rise it up.
Oh,
And so she's
legit.
there with you when it all goes down.
Tursin, I'd like to make you a protector of this city, if you would be willing to accept that role.
She would, in very Kraken-esque fashion, bow to you and say that she would like nothing more. She would ask your permission to claim her mother's old lands, which include the well that Dagon took from her, and it would extend to the protection over your people's lands as well.
I have no objections with that.
Then in the way of Krakens, she claims her seat among the ancients of the sea.
Cool. Yeah.
Very nice.
I'd give Tursin a hug, even though she's pretty large.
You feel one of her whisker tentacles kind of wrap around your back. She hugs you back.
Can't wait to kill her in the next campaign. I mean,
Cool. So I think I will rename the well. Probably I will rename it Tursin's Well, and then I will do some other map adjustments to put Muse's city as a floating city on the map for that kingdom.
Cool.
Write some more for you guys, and there we go. Good game.